So we were meeting there and ran a little long. But this board meeting of the Board of Education for May 11th, 2021 is called to order. For tonight's meeting, any item that will be voted on has been posted on the PPS website under the Board and Meetings tabs. This meeting is being streamed live on PPS TV Services website and on Channel 28 and will be replayed throughout the next 2 weeks. Please check the district website for replay time. Ahead of us tonight on our agenda, we have a great deal of work, much of it exciting as we look to fall and as we look at our financial health, as we celebrate our amazing staff. There is a lot going on, but we would like to begin with a resolution to recognize May 2021 as National Mental Health Awareness Month. Superintendent Guerrero, would you like to introduce this first item?
Thank you, Chair. Yes, would be very happy to have Chief Martinek of Student Support Services and members of her team tell you a little bit about why this is an important month. Brenda?
Thank you, directors and superintendent and our community that's watching. I want to thank you very much for honoring May as Mental Health Awareness Month. I thought it would be best to hear from James Loveland, who is our Senior Director for Student Success and Health Department tonight. He's really been leading the charge during the pandemic around the SIA dollars of increasing counselors and social workers. And so I will turn the next few minutes over to him.
Thank you so much, Brenda. Good evening, directors, Superintendent Guerrero, and the PPS community. I want to thank the school board and the superintendent for recognizing May as Mental Health Awareness Month. As all educators know, every month is Mental Health Awareness Month. In particular, over the last year, as our school district has strived to continuously reimagine and provide services to students and families in innovative ways. Many departments across PPS are engaged in uplifting the mental wellness of our students. As the Senior Director of the Department of Student Success and Health, I'm honored to share a brief overview of the amazing work that our department, in collaboration with many across the district and city, do to help support and uplift the overall wellness of students in the district. The Department of Student Success and Health coordinates and supports a wide range of services that include our critical and valued relationships with community partners, supporting the work of the district's amazing counselors, social workers, and comprehensive school psychologists, provision of culturally specific mental health and substance use supports, Title IX resources and services, supporting PPS communities with crisis recovery and sharing mental health and substance use resources on numerous platforms for students, families, and staff, including the newly developed Youth Resource app that's available on Apple and Android for Apple and Android users. You can download it now. Everyone has experienced the last year differently, and many people in our community continue to experience the impact of physical, economic, mental, spiritual, and racial stressors. It's important for us to acknowledge that our communities of color have been disproportionately negatively impacted by system inequities during the global pandemic, and these are often the same communities that have already been disproportionately impacted by structural violence and systemic oppression. We acknowledge that the continuing community violence in Portland is disproportionately impacting current and former Portland public schools, families, and students of color. In an effort to intentionally respond and provide space for students of color to feel seen, heard, and valued, PPS staff host weekly district-wide crisis recovery groups for Black students, as well as Native wellness groups. Student Success and Health, as well as other departments, have established or maintained contracts with culturally specific community-based organizations focused on mental wellness and identity celebration, including but not limited to Brown Girl Rise, Coalition of Black Men, NARA, and Horizon Counseling, amongst others. Over the next several weeks, we will be sharing resources and information that will highlight partnerships and the supports that PPS offers for students and families in support of mental wellness. This will include information about where students and families and staff can connect to a wide range of mental health and substance use supports, an update on the REAL initiative, and links and materials for our educators, social workers, psychologists, and counselors to support and uplift students and families as summer approaches. With that, I turn it to Chair Lowry.
Thank you so much, Mr. Loveland and Chief Martinek. Directors, and do I have a motion and second to adopt resolution 63302, resolution to recognize May 2021 as National Mental Health Awareness Month?
So moved.
Second.
Director Brim Edwards moves and Director DePass seconds the adoption of resolution 6302. Is there any board discussion?
Just thank you, Mr. Loveland, for going through all the specific work that PPS has underway right now, and just the incredible adaptation in this last year and the great partnerships. And, you know, we hear wonderful things from our school communities and from our kids about just the accessibility of the supports. So thank you all. It's really hard work. Thank you also for recognizing our epidemic of violence right now, and all the ways that you guys have been working with all of our different partners in the community to support our kids and families who are really suffering and grieving.
I think this is important work at any time, but I think especially during this pandemic, we know that mental health awareness is really very vital. Dr. Brim Edwards, did you have something to add?
You know, I think both you and Director Constam have covered what I was going to say. Just thank you to all the teams in the schools and the central office who are supporting our kids and our families.
Ms. Bradshaw, is there any public comment?
No.
The board will now vote on resolution 6302, resolution to recognize May 2021 as National Mental Health Awareness Month. All in favor, please indicate by saying yes.
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 Yes. Yes.
All opposed, please indicate by saying no. Are there any abstentions? Resolution 6302 is approved by a vote of 7-0, with Student Representative Hsu voting
yes.
All right, thank you all. We turn now to our board consent agenda. Board members, if there are any items you would like to pull, we will set those aside for discussion and vote after we vote on the rest of the consent agenda. But first of all, Ms. Bradshaw, are there any changes to the consent agenda?
No.
Board members, are there any items you would like to pull from the consent agenda?
Are you asking just for a separate vote, or we can still have a discussion?
Let's pull anything we want to have a discussion on. If we want to make, if it's just a question, that's fine. But if we want to amend language, then we should probably pull the item.
Yeah, no amendment of language.
Okay. So you just have a question on something, Julia?
No, a statement
Okay.
and a request. But
Anyone else want to pull or amend language? Dr. DePass, did you want to pull and amend language, or are you fine with how things are?
I'm fine with how things are. Thanks.
Okay, great. Okay. All right.
So moved.
Do I have a
Second.
oh,
Okay, so Director Bailey and Director Scott were ahead of me here, and they Director Bailey moved and Director Scott seconded the adoption of the consent agenda. Is there any board discussion on the consent agenda?
Yes. Go ahead, Julia.
I had a couple things. First, I wanted to thank Dr. Bird for the responsiveness on a question I had around the UVA contract and the updated goals and language that was put into the scope. So thank you for that. And then let's see, on the ethics statement, first of all, thank you, Chair Lowry, for being the driving force for getting all these items before us. It seems unceremonial to do it in the consent agenda with all the work that happened. So thank you. On the ethics statement that we're going to sign, I have a request that when we have the training, so we're going to be having training and then signing an ethics and conflicts of interest form, and it references that we're also pledging to adhere to statutory requirements and district policy, is that when we do that for returning and also new board members that we have sort of those policies earmarked so we know what that specifically is referencing. And then I have a just brief statement. I'm going to read and also submit for the record around the communications protocols, if that's okay. So in the document titled Portland Public Schools Board and Superintendent Staff Expectations and Operating Protocols, there's covers a whole host of different topics. One of them is communication. And there is some expectations and agreements about how we're going to communicate with each other. And I just want to the record, and again, I'll submit this for the record, but just say that the board protocols contemplate standard and routine board communications about district operations and decision-making. There are infrequent instances, however, when following the guidelines could be contrary to the school district's legal or fiscal interests or contrary to the advice of the district council. In my time on the board, I've faced these unique situations prior to this current administration, including when a senior staff member, for instance, asserted legal claims against the district, or when serious allegations of misconduct against the senior district leader were made. In those situations, I expect I would not follow these protocols when it is not in the district's legal or fiscal interests.
Thank you, Director Brim-Edwards. I know that this whole the entire board has worked very hard to look at our self-evaluation, which we did last summer, and work towards how do we follow best practices, how do we shift culture to be the school board that will help ensure the success of our board goals, which center underserved students and specifically Black and Native students. And so these pieces of adult outcomes, of adult business, really do impact our students. So thank you all for all the time and work you've done with our ethics statement, with our board leadership election process, and with our protocols. Director Moore, did you have some?
Yes, I just wanted to make a brief statement about the ethics statement. I admit to being a little disappointed that the statement we ended up with essentially just reiterates what is in the state statute. And it is disappointing to me because I think the state ethical statute is by many measures a pretty minimalist standard. And I had hoped that we would aspire to a higher standard than sort of minimal. And I had offered some language around specific issues that I think are, if not common, at least not unknown among volunteer boards, where most of the members have professional positions, and there can be some overlap between the volunteer work on this board and a member's professional life. And I think it would be helpful to have in writing some expectations around how any potential conflicts or even perceived conflicts could be managed in a way that preserves the integrity of the board process and also protects members from any public perception that things might be awry. So I had hoped that we could include some language in that. I was overruled in that, so I am disappointed, but I fully expect that this board will continue to maintain the highest standards of integrity and ethical behavior going forward. Thank you.
Since you're not running for re-election, Director Moore, maybe now in your spare time, you can work with the state of Oregon to shore up their ethics standards so that we can all aspire to the high ethical standards which you would have us govern ourselves.
I'm sure there's great appetite for that, so thank you.
Any further board discussion on the consent agenda?
Yeah, I had a couple things. One is really appreciate this work on the communications protocols. We've been talking about that for a good 3 years. I think we've made tremendous strides in our governance since 2018. So, and that was something that was really important to me. So thank you for carrying on that commitment, Rita, in your tenure as chair, and Ailey, and really important. One I guess comment that I had about the consent agenda was that I was disappointed in the transportation contract. It's not fair for me to vote against it because I hadn't really looked at the language of the RFP, and it's gone through a very complicated process with the RFP. But I was looking really closely at the guidelines around the procurement of the buses, and I don't think we adequately connected that to our climate justice work. And there's just one simple clause in there that says that, the PPS believes in mitigating the effects of climate change. And so if the contractor has some suggestions about substitutions, we welcome that. Well, that's very different than stating our values much more clearly in the RFP itself. And so, I fault myself for not being on top of that and trying to have some influence on the development of the RFP and to really talk to staff and leadership about that before. But to the extent that we can influence that, once we're committed to these contracts, I'd really like to see it. These are propane powered buses that they'll be procuring with our money, which, they go to great pains to say is a lot better than diesel. Well, diesel's not our standard that we should be comparing it to. And we have, I think, one electric vehicle paid for through, or one electric bus paid for through PGE. But I'd like to see us get creative and figure out whether we can find more grants or more partnerships that enable us to really change the constitution of that fleet. But with the passage of this, we lose our leverage on that, which I think is unfortunate, and I'm disappointed. But I hope that we'll keep looking at it and keep communicating to our contracted partner and partners that this is a value that we take very seriously and that we care a lot about. So I have some misgivings, but I will support this consent agenda with that item.
I want to piggyback on that. I appreciate your, wanting to align our values with our operational, what we're doing operationally. And to the extent that we can, we probably won't be looking at this contract for another 8 years or 10 years, I think it is. We try to move to electric as much as possible, and also require the contractor to, maybe they already do this, but to look at routes that are gas saving, or that are more efficient routes to the extent that they can to mitigate climate change.
I see that some of our staff has teleported in. Deputy Hertz or Ms. Westling, did you want to speak to this?
Sure, I'd be happy to. And I do hear the board's interest, and I do recognize that we have policy that's being worked through in our board policy committee. And so I will take this back to staff and we'll re-examine what the possibilities are, but I'm hearing general support in looking at alternative energy for our bus fleet. So, and really aligning to the policy that we're working through in the policy committee. So I will take that back to staff. So thank you for the comment, Director Constant.
Appreciate that, Claire.
Great, thank you. Ms. Bradshaw, is there any public comment on the consent agenda?
No.
All right, the board will now vote on resolutions 6291 and 6296 through 6300. All in favor, please indicate by saying yes.
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 All opposed, please indicate by saying no. Are there any abstentions? The consent agenda is approved by a vote of 7-0 with Student Representative Shu voting.
Yes.
Okay, I'm going to do a little happy dance because when I decided to try to be chair, my goal was to do this work that we just passed. And so I feel like when you set out to do something over the course of the year and you help make it happen, it's worth a dance. So if anyone wants to join me in dancing, I'm dancing badly. Michelle would dance well, but I'm happy dancing badly. All right, we turn now to really what is the heart of our work, our student and public comment. Before we begin, I would like to review our guidelines for comment. We as a board thank the community for taking time to attend this meeting and provide your comments. Public input informs our work, and we look forward to hearing your thoughts, reflections, and concerns. And our role and responsibility as a board is to actively listen. Know that some of our members do take notes while you're speaking. Our board office may follow up on board-related issues raised during public testimony. We request that complaints about individual employees be directed to the superintendent's office as a personnel matter. If you have additional materials or items you would like to provide to the board or superintendent, we ask that you email them to publiccomment@pps.net. Please make sure you begin your comment that you clearly state your name and spell your last name. You will have 3 minutes to speak, and you will hear a sound after 3 minutes, which does mean that it is time to conclude your comments. Ms. Bradshaw, who do we have signed up for student and public comment this evening?
Hi, we have Eric Cappel.
Hello, hi, thank you. My name is Eric Cappel. It's spelled H-A-P-P-E-L. I have 3 daughters in PPS, 11th grade, 9th grade, and 6th grade. I've been working with many others through ED 300 as an advocate for PPS children's return to school based on data. I'm here today to voice my support for 5 full days of school and co-curricular activities for our PPS students as soon as possible, and certainly by the opening of fall. First, I want to thank all of the teachers and administration who have done hard work and done their best through this challenging year. This year, online only and then hybrid has left us with significant learning gaps and mental and physical challenges that will take years to truly understand. Today, given time constraints, I'm focused on the learning gaps. After watching the last board meeting, I was compelled to speak up, as I don't want there to be any mistake. The MAP testing data shared indicated massive math learning losses for all ages presented 3rd through 8th grade, with 6th grade indicating 40% of prior learning. It indicated reading loss for 3rd to 5th grade relative to prior years. There was some hope for 6th to 8th grade may have improved, but as Director Bailey pointed out, this may have been due to statistical choices made and may or may not actually be the case. It troubled me that PPS presented this story as optimistic, and the discussion that ensued focused exclusively on the one potentially positive reading scenario for a subset of students. The math loss, for example, I did not hear once in the conversation. This data is repeated nationwide, and similarly for other grades not discussed. National data has shown significant learning losses. For example, reading loss for K through 2nd grade is also quite bad and much worse for those that were already struggling. We have no reason to believe that PPS would be any different. Most of this data is already indicating learning loss for students. And in a survey shared by US Secretary of Education Cardona, 97% of teachers surveyed indicated learning loss for students. As to hybrid, again, thank you for the effort, but this is not living up to what it can be for middle or high schools in particular. I surveyed my daughters and others, and in my daughters, 42% of their class time has been study hall. For that, they show up, they turn on their computer, they sit silently at their desk and do work. And all 3 of my daughters have said that attendance has dropped off since week 1. I don't mean and want to harp on the bad news, but as we think about fall, we need to be eyes wide open and not bargain with ourselves that the outcome this year with CDL and hybrid are okay. They are not. Again, while many teachers did their best, CDL and hybrid is stacked against them. By fall, with all adults and students 12 years and older have had a choice to vaccinate, and very clear data that COVID affects the youngest learners minimally, there's no reason to deliver anything short of 5 full days of school in person with co-curricular activities. Thank you, and I appreciate your time.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thanks. We have Mark Stephan.
Hi, my name is Mark Stephan. It's spelled S-T-E-P-H-A-N, and my pronouns are he, him. Thank you to the members of the board and to Superintendent Guerrero for listening to my comments. I read the other day there is a risk of full in-person instruction not occurring in the fall. This is due to the 3-foot distance RSSL guidance, which would require the district to rent additional space, and in particular, hire more teachers, and these expenses are more than the district can pay for. This information left me frustrated and discouraged at first, but now I'm resolved to work to keep this from happening. All kids should have the opportunity to be back in school. My daughter needs to be back in school. Their mental health depends on it. It seems that there are 3 options. First, advocate the state drop the 3-foot rule. Second, find more money. Third, do a combination of both and be creative in finding a solution. I have no doubt PPS has worked incredibly hard in the last year, but thinking creatively of how we get kids back in school for 5 full days is now in order. The kids deserve this. Again, to be clear, 3 options. First, drop the 3-foot of distance. Second, find money. Third, do both and think creatively. These sort of problems are never a simple either or, but the outcome that matters is full-time in-person instruction. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you for your time tonight. I did just want to say that in my estimation, the newspaper article misrepresented some of the way the budget is being rolled out, and that later on tonight you will hear about our full rollout plans for fall. And in fact, hear a resolution that the board is going to vote on next board meeting around that full-time reopening. So just stay tuned for that, but thank you for your comments tonight. Ms. Bradshaw, do we have further public comment this evening?
Yes, we have Isel Watson.
Thank you very much. Sorry about that. It took a while to get off of the, to move over to a panel. My name is Isel Watson, former employee of Portland Public Schools. My name is spelled E-Z like zebra, E-L-L. Again, Echo, Zulu, Echo, Lima, Lima. Last name Watson, Whiskey, Alpha, Tango, Sierra, Oscar, November. Again, I am a former Portland Public Schools employee of about 7.5 years. And I am here to make comments and suggest some updates to our vision and some updates to the evaluation metrics that are used for our current superintendent and the administration that he represents. I would like to start with a quote from our superintendent, whose name we know, Guadalupe Guerrero. Guerrero means warrior. Guadalupe, the name Guadalupe could be translated or mean wolf in the valley. We'll come back to that. So the quote, "We cannot remain neutral about racism. We are ready to stand shoulder to shoulder in solidarity with our community in the fight against anti-Black racism." I want to tie my feedback to the organizational climate, culture, and communications plan that's outlined in the racial equity and social justice lens and plan that's been communicated. And I want to create some contrast. So we're going to start with that statement about remaining neutral about racism and standing shoulder to shoulder with us in the fight against anti-Black racism. I want to highlight some things from the culture. One, in the culture, standing shoulder to shoulder with us, it feels like you're standing with your back to us. Let me give you a few examples of things that have happened that I've witnessed that to me speak to the culture in which you have created with your administration. This is Guadalupe and everyone that is represented here in the board, because you guys are complicit in this. Let me go ahead and get to it. When you send Black men, me, to the basement, and when you send another Black man, the person who preceded Dr. Russell Brown, please make sure this enters the public record. When you send us to the basement, that sends a message, especially when people are hired to replace us who do not work in the basement. Let me ask you, does this sound like someone who is not remaining neutral? Does this sound like someone that is standing shoulder to shoulder with us in the fight against racism, anti-Black racism? Have you noticed the number of Black staff members who have recently, under your tutelage and leadership, left the district? Has there been any outreach to understand why? Part of your organizational climate, culture, and communications plan says individuals throughout the organization are self-aware and proactively take personal responsibility to learn, grow, and adapt to support racial equity and social justice. Does that sound like being self-aware? Let me also talk to a cultural problem. Haley, I see you. Let me talk to a cultural. Oh, yeah. Is that the sound?
That's the sound that 3 minutes have passed. So I'm going to ask you to conclude your comments with about 10 seconds, and then we'll move on to our next commenter.
Okay, I'll conclude my comments here. There have been lots of things that have occurred that the superintendent has been in charge of, and you guys have been asleep at the wheel for. There have been a mass exodus of Black employees, and I would like to go ahead and go on record to say that I believe you all are outwardly racist, and I think that needs to be entered into comment. But I would also, and I know I got to go, so I'm going to wrap it up. I want to offer solutions. There needs to be in the evaluation metric for the superintendent some measure of self-awareness. How has he improved, and how has he followed the professional development plan relative to anti-Black sentiments that everyone has expressed? And I apologize. I know that I only have 3 minutes, and I believe that we need to continue this. Yeah, I understand. Let me finish. And also, let's enter into the record that I sent this comment, and there's an email that I would like entered into the public record that you received, Haley, that you're meeting about. I want it entered into the public record, and I want to enter into public record that Jonathan Garcia reached out to me today, 2 weeks after sending the message. He didn't respond immediately until I made contact with several board members, and I have yet to hear a response from the superintendent. That concludes my comment. Thank you very much.
And I know, Mr. Watson, that you have met with several board members, and you and I, in fact, have a meeting on the 25th to talk more and to hear some of those.
I wanted to wait until the end of June to have.
Yes, which I wanted to wait until the end of June to have, because I'm very busy, and I also know that the problems that you're addressing are things that have been going on for a long time and continue to persist. But thank you for your time tonight. Director DePass, did you have something you wanted to say?
I just wanted to, I hear you, and my heart is breaking a little bit. Just hearing, I did get your email as well. I think it's serious enough that we need to address it, and we here on this call are the leaders of the organization, and there is no one else up above us. So I take your concerns really seriously. You've described a culture that's not welcoming and is actually harmful, and I just want to thank you for taking the courage to step up, and we'll promise you that I am very concerned about this, and we'll do what I can to address any cultural changes that we can implement.
I appreciate that, Michelle. I'd love to see it in the superintendent's evaluation.
Watson, we're going to move on to our next public commenter. Thank you for your time.
I just want to join Michelle in her comments.
Next, we have Kim.
I want to, excuse me, I want to just use this as a teaching moment for everyone. I'm not going to point any fingers. It's nobody. We're all in this together. This is a teaching moment in that it is very difficult to hear. It's difficult to talk about race if we're going to make change, we have to get really comfortable being uncomfortable if we want to make change. I personally want to see change, but I'm just putting that call out that we need to build our muscles up around being uncomfortable and having difficult conversations. And this is one of those times where we should not have cut off the commenter. I understand we need to keep an agenda, but we do offer professional courtesy to others when things are important enough to listen to things.
And I think that this is one of those moments where we also, this is in some ways a personnel issue, and that this is part of a larger conversation that while it's very important to have these comments on the public record and we need to be above board, this is a larger conversation that will continue to happen, and that this venue might not be the time to have that in this moment. But I know that many of us are going to continue to work with Mr. Watson, to speak with the superintendent, and to be uncomfortable as we talk about race and how we are continuing to focus on the goals we have for PPS to be the employer of choice, an employer that's known for equity, the employer that's known for a culture that values all employees. So we're going to go ahead and move on now to—
Excuse me, I'm going to interrupt one more time. This actually is not a personnel issue. We are barred from addressing personal issues for many reasons. This is not a personal issue. This is not, I think, a former employee. It's a cultural issue. So I just want to make that clear.
Chair or General Counsel, I heard commentary directed at me. I didn't realize we were intending to have a dialogue about this, which I welcome, especially if we're going to hear different perspectives.
Right. I think we're Ms. McGarrett is here and ready to speak. So are we ready to take up her public testimony? Are we ready to listen fully to her, or is this something we need to discuss further?
The only thing I would chime in is to say that we do have a metric in our superintendent's evaluation around the diversification of our leadership in the central office. And we know we've made incredible strides there. So we will take into consideration, what Mr. Watson, what you're bringing forward, and the people who have left, as well as the people who have come in and examine issues of culture. We have areas of our superintendent's evaluation process and template that go to the heart of those really important matters that Mr. Watson has raised. We will have an opportunity to talk about that.
I want to make sure that we have an opportunity to talk about it in the context of anti-Blackness, because I think Mr. Watson was addressing a very specific issue relating to a very specific group of employees. And I don't think our metric that we have fully captures that.
It doesn't, and I want to add that I work for the city of Portland, and there was just a study commissioned that we're able to hire Black people. We're not able to retain Black people. We've had a 48% loss of Black employees in the last 3 years, almost 50% in the last 3 years. And we all know that people don't leave great jobs. So I just wanted to put that out there, that this is not an uncommon thing. I think we're paying more attention to it now.
All right, are we ready to hear from Ms. McGarrett?
Chair Lally,
yeah.
Before she goes, we have one person who I do not see in the attendees who might be in there under a different name. So I just wanted to let them know that if they check their name and can either email me and let me know what to look for, or to change their name so I know to find them for the next person.
Okay, did you want to say your name, who we're expecting?
David Sultan.
Okay, so David Sultan, if you're out there in the ether somewhere, let us know so that we can get you teleported over after Ms. McGarrett speaks. Sorry for the delay there. Appreciate you sharing your public comment tonight.
Oh, thank you. It's hard to come after such an important topic and turn back to what we were talking about before. So I don't mean to minimize it. It's obviously super important. My name is Kim McGarrett, MCGAIR. I'm the parent of a PPS 9th grader. Unsurprisingly to you, I'm here to talk about reopening schools in the fall. I'm encouraged to see the board resolution on the agenda for a full reopening, but I also watched the budget committee meeting last week, and I saw the superintendent and senior staff disagree about whether the budget that's being presented to you allows for a full reopening in the fall. With all due respect, that level of confusion at this point in the pandemic with what our kids have been through isn't acceptable. Our children have sacrificed 15 months of their education, their social and emotional learning, their mental health. We have a crisis on our hands. We have a potential enrollment crisis if PPS does not deliver full-time school in the fall, and confidently message that to families right now, because that's when decisions are being made. The Washington Post had an article today about families moving out of state to go to school. 3 of the 5 families were from Portland. Imagine that families feel like they have to move out of state so their kids can go to school. PPS stumbled badly this spring and offered a reopening that gave our students a small fraction of what students in other districts received. I hear a lot of talk about equity in these meetings, and that's important, but equity extends beyond PPS. There is nothing equitable about the in-person school offered to PPS students as compared to their peers, particularly in the Western and Southern suburban districts. But here we are, and all we can do is look forward to fall. The budget committee dialogue last week was concerning. I understand the state is making this difficult for districts, and I truly and deeply sympathize with you, and you know that we are working as hard as we can to get RSSL changed or eliminated. But we are more than a year into this. We know the state's going to make things overly complicated and difficult. What you cannot do is sit on your hands and blame the state. You must plan to open schools in the fall under today's RSSL guidance. If it gets better in July, great, but you must start planning for that right now. So what classrooms can't do 3 feet? This is a simple math problem since you've already figured it out for 6 feet. Do your occupancy, multiply by 4. You have classrooms that can't take all the students. Start looking for space, start looking outside, start looking for staff. It must be done now. Lunch is challenging with RSSL. We get it. Start looking at alternatives now. You have hallways, you have auditoriums, you have outside. Restaurants got tents in weeks. You have months to work on this, and you have a boatload, sorry for the phrasing, of money. And your federal money, I know you want to use it for counselors and social workers, and that's admirable, but the very first thing you have to do is job 1, and that's get the schools open. Use the money to do that. CDL, there's really no public health reason for CDL, but I understand you're going to have demands for it. Figure out how many families that is now. If it's not too many, there is an existing Oregon Charter Academy and other online options that work better than anything PPS can design at this short notice. Put those kids in that. If that doesn't work, then start planning for a full PPS CDL, but it cannot be school by school. You can't manage that. You don't have bandwidth. There are many things that need to be done to get schools open fully in the fall, and I'm just imploring you to do them now. We have all hand wrung about how unprecedented this is for 14 months. Those days are over. There are no more excuses. To use an analogy, you all must land the plane. You must land the plane on time. There is no room for error. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
And I do not see David, so that concludes who we have signed up.
As we conclude our public comment, I want to thank everyone for their time. I know that as we talk about issues of race, as Director DePaz says, that we are uncomfortable and that these are difficult conversations we have. I think that one of the things I've seen happening in PPS is a lot of changes as we really do try to center equity and center our Black and Native students. And I feel a little bit like there was a little bit of explicitly calling Superintendent Guerrero racist. And as a white woman, I can claim that I am in fact racist, that I live and breathe in a white supremacist society. And so that it is innate in me. But what I would say about Superintendent Guerrero is the leadership that he has given, the work that I know he has done personally on his own biases. Those comments for me were really painful. And I know that there is a lived experience of Mr. Watson and other Black folks in our school district. But I really feel like the work that Superintendent has done and the ways that he has showed up for PPS kids, I just want to be very clear in naming how much he has done for equity, how much he has done for our Res-J work in this district. I feel like that needs to be spoken into this space after hearing those comments. And again, not to dismiss Mr. Watson's lived experience, but I think that this is, as we continue to be a complex organization that is attentive to the ways that white supremacy shows up in all of us, not just white people. It's a part of our toxic culture that we also name the work that is being done and the places of growth. So I just wanted to add that and to thank Superintendent Guerrero for standing in those places of discomfort regularly. We turn now to the next piece of our agenda, which is our Student Representatives Report. And I know that, Nathaniel, that one of the things the District Student Council has also been talking about is the ways that white supremacy shows up and how your DSC can be more diverse and more representative of all of our students. So would you like to share your report now at this time?
Yes, I would. Thank you. So today is 1 week from the May 18th special election, which will decide the composition of our next board. To those of you who are permitted to vote, please remember to submit your ballots by the 18th. Recently, the District Student Council has been working to endorse candidates from zones 4, 5, and 6 for this election. The DSC conducted interviews with all of the 8 filed candidates in which they were asked such questions as, what is your vision for the role and scope of district-wide student government? And how will you advance racial equity and social justice in PPS? The District Student Council ultimately voted to endorse Herman Green for Zone 4, Gary Hollins for Zone 5, and Director Julia Brim-Edwards for Zone 6. I'll also note that this is our last meeting prior to the PPS Student Summit. Students, if you are interested in attending and have not already RSVP'd, go to the summit poster in the Google form linked in the Google folder linked on the DSC's web page, which can be found at pps.net/page/1796. Board members and senior staff, please keep an eye out for the Zoom link invites, which should be coming soon. Once again, the summit is from 10 to 2 on the 22nd. Finally, I would also like to acknowledge that in addition to National Mental Health Awareness Month, May is Asian American and Pacific Islander Heritage Month, and I extend my good wishes to everyone celebrating it. Thank you, and that concludes my report.
Thank you, Student Representative Hsu, for your report. Did you have any news you wanted to share with us about next year? Or is that something you're keeping close to the vest for now?
I'm keeping it for now, but I should share it.
Yes.
Hopefully.
So celebrate with Nathaniel at good news coming for his future, and he will share that individually with us all. Superintendent Guerrero, would you like to provide your report now?
Yes, thank you, Chair. Good evening, directors. We have a few slides for you. Buenas tardes to those at home listening to us live stream. I appreciate that we've had some full agendas, and I'm going to share some thoughts on some of these items as we get to them, including on our fall reopening update, which is now a regular part of our regular meeting agendas. At our last regular board meeting, I reiterated our intention to fully open schools for in-person instruction this coming fall. And as the district's chief executive, when asked if we are ready to do that, I want to make sure that we've done the analysis. And I take seriously that we've considered all of the variables, that we have a viable contingency plan that we're ready to implement. So I can confidently affirm that yes, we're ready to directors. So this evening, directors, you're going to hear about this related work that has been ongoing tonight, immediately following this report, as we work towards achieving this state of readiness, not just for the full array of summer programming that is underway, but also for the opening of the new school year on campus this fall. In fact, you're going to notice a new theme and logo, PPS, Together Again. But first, per tradition, we have a couple new members joining Team PPS we're excited about that I want to introduce you to. Unfortunately, I'm only going to have one now to introduce you to. So I'm excited to welcome Kate Wilkinson to our legal team as our new Assistant General Counsel. Kate will be able to tell you more about her formal legal experience, both in and out of K-12, but her dedication to public education, including PPS, was particularly compelling to us. For instance, Kate served on the PPS Audit Committee as a volunteer community member until resigning recently so she could serve and support PPS in a different way as a leadership level staff member for the district. Kate also serves as a volunteer on the boards of SEI, one of our culturally specific partners, and Classroom Law Project, and is committed to the work that we and our community partners do together to serve our students. Kate received her bachelor's degree from Colorado College and graduated from the University of Wisconsin Law School. So Kate is joining us here this evening, and I'd like to invite her to say a few words. Kate?
Am I on? Nope. Thank you, Superintendent. Good evening, directors. It's a pleasure to join you and to be celebrating my second week with PPS. As the superintendent briefly stated, I come with 21 years of legal practice. I spent 10 years in private practice and then the next 11 in-house, including several years in Salem with Oregon School Boards Association. Most recently, I was a leader of lawyers at Standard Insurance Company, and I'm just thrilled to be back in the education world and look forward to working with all of you. So thank you.
Nice to have you, Kate.
Welcome.
Welcome, welcome.
Although we'll miss you from the audit committee.
Welcome.
Welcome to Portland Public Schools, Kate. We're glad to have you in this important leadership role. For the rest of my report this evening, I wanted to mix it up a little bit. We've been saying, as we've said for many months now, that despite being rather preoccupied and consumed by dealing with the disruption of the pandemic and preparing our schools through the transitions and stages of CDL and limited in person and then hybrid, and now on towards summer planning and a full reopening in the fall, even with all of this related work, we've been concurrently maintaining a focus on many of our key district priorities. So just as we continue to bring aboard new and talented leaders and a diverse new class of appointed school administrators, we continue to move towards realizing our vision. We continue to keep our eye on the prize. So a number of exciting strands of work are ongoing across our organization. And I thought our directors and our community would be interested in hearing just a few quick updates on a few of these important work strands. So I've invited 3 of our dynamic leaders to join me for my report this evening. First, I'd like to welcome Dr. Kimberly Mateer, who will share with directors a quick update about our professional learning and leadership career pathway work here at the district. Dr. Mateer.
Good evening, Chair Lowry and Vice Chair Bailey, directors, Superintendent Guerrero, and I think Student Representative Shu. Good to see all of you this evening. Excited to be able to present an update about the work of the Career Lattice, which is really about building the capacity of our system to meet on our PPS Reimagined vision. We're really focused on not just the Office of Professional Learning and Leadership, but we work in tight partnership with human resources and other key departments around designing and enacting several key strategies across the continuum of support along an employee's career pathway. We're really focused around strategies that will get at addressing our persisting disparities, disproportionality, and predictability in outcomes that we see in our system. And so some of those key strategies you'll see listed here. Our first one that I want to to talk about or introduce is really leveraging learning priorities across our partnerships. So we've been working in deep partnership with our pre-service or our higher ed institutions, and really looking at redesigning what's happening in pre-service learning before they enter into our system to make sure they have a strong foundation in the knowledge, skills, and dispositions that we need them to have to meet our PPS Reimagine goals with our Educator Essentials. And so we've been doing that since 2018. It's been a lot of long hours, and we're just very grateful that our partners have dedicated a lot of time and faculty to doing that work with us. The second strategy that we are focused on is really explicitly naming. Oftentimes, people say, well, I don't know what to do. There's no silver bullet, but we have actually lots of answers in the research, and we have evidence of things that work. And so it's about making those strategies explicit, and we are doing so in our programs, such as our Aspiring Principal program that we have. Very proud of the assistant principals in that program that have implemented change projects within their respective school sites to address issues of disparity, disproportionality, and predictability in outcomes. And so we'll be hearing some presentations from them later on this month about what they're learning. And then our third key strategy is really about what's defining the knowledge, skills, and dispositions so that we're really clear, so that they'll be visible and measurable. We know that in the leadership research through the Wallace Foundation, that when our systems use standards to drive development for our leaders and our educators, that we actually can have the best outcomes or better outcomes in addressing the problems of practice that we face. And so we are using standards to really design all of our programming and defining explicitly the success criteria that will help all of our leaders meet the goals of our vision, as I said earlier. And then to make that more explicit and visible to our stakeholders, because I do believe in accountability, we are building an adult learning dashboard. So a lot of times we want to focus on what's happening with students, but we know that our adults are the largest influencers over student outcomes. And so we really want to be looking at where are the gaps in the adult knowledge and the adult skills, and then provides targeted supports to build that capacity so that we can begin to work on shifting our culture as well as our practices to make sure that our students will all be successful, and especially our Black and Native students. So that's a little bit about the work that we're doing in our office in partnership with many departments, regional and state partners. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Matier. There's been a thank you for your dedicated leadership. While we've been dealing with pandemic, Dr. Matier and team have been very diligent about building out our leadership development, supporting our employees, and making sure those career pathways are built in long-term sustainable ways with especially our partners and higher ed institutions across the state. So thank you, Dr. Matier. Next, second mini update, I want to welcome Dr. Emily Glasgow to share some of the exciting work that's happening in early education. Pictured here is a young scholar I met and his father, who I had the pleasure of meeting on the first day of in-person learning in April at Sacagawea Head Start. And like a good early learner, the newest PPS student figured out his mask and school arrival routine in no time at all. And in fact, there's a great deal of learning happening with our youngest scholars. But here to tell you a little bit more is Director Emily Glasgow.
Thank you, Superintendent, and thank you for having me here tonight to update you a little bit on the work of the Early Learners Department. I'm always excited to talk about the work we're doing. I couldn't be more proud of the progress we've made over the past couple of years. Our P3 Advisory Council, which is now a robust group of over 50 building administrators, central office leaders, teachers, secretaries, counselors, and community partners, has been meeting monthly for almost 2 years and working really hard to backward map the graduate portrait to a set of early learner core values that we are now trying to operationalize and roll out into the world. So I wanted to just share some of the things that that team has been working on. Hopefully you've seen some evidence over the last few months and will continue over the next few months to see evidence of our reimagined Connect to Kindergarten strategies. We have totally reworked the way we think about the transition to kindergarten. We know that it is not always as smooth of a bridge and as warm of a handoff as we want it to be for our families and students. So we've been really working with our school teams to make sure that there is a warm, connective kind of receiving body in our kindergarten teams. All of our kindergarten schools now have kindergarten websites attached to their school websites, and they've all created connective and welcoming school videos. And they've also reworked their Connect events that they have this spring and this summer to be less of an informational session and more of a relationship building session and community building session. You'll see hopefully around the community in the next couple of months that all of our incoming kindergarten students this year will receive an On My Way to K kindergarten t-shirt. You can see an image on this slide. We're really working to build pride in the transition into PPS in kindergarten. We think it's something that we should be celebrating as we bring new families into our pipeline. You'll also see lawn signs, and you can see that image here on most of our school grounds as you start to drive around the city, and that's to make kindergarten registration easier for our families. They can actually just use a QR code to register right from those lawn signs at pretty much any PPS school in the city. We are also this summer expanding our early kindergarten transition summer program. Typically, that's a program for incoming kindergarten families. This year, we're expanding to include first grade families at our target school communities. We know that our current kindergarten families may not have had that warm welcome that we want them to have, and so we want to make sure they get it this next time around as they transition to first grade. Similarly, in the fall, we're going to have a new ramp up for our kindergarten and first grade families, which looks like a staggered start on our calendars. Thank you for approving that. What that means is that all of our kindergarten families prior to the first day of school next year will get a one-on-one connective conversation with their teacher. And all of our kindergarten students will get sort of a practice warm-up day before the real day, so they can get acclimated in a smaller group setting to the routines of school and the staff of school before they're expected to do a full day in the larger group. And our first grade students will have sort of a modified version of that in the fall as well. I also wanted to highlight that we have a huge push for pre-K enrollment underway in addition to our kindergarten registration season right now. Due to limited enrollment this year because of the pandemic, we actually have close to 900 seats in our PPS Head Start and pre-K programs for 3- and 4-year-olds. Registration is open now. Applications are on the Early Learners Department website and the Head Start website, and we want to just make sure the community is really aware. We've got a lot of wonderful seats available for 3- and 4-year-olds for full day pre-K programming. And then the last thing I wanted to highlight is that in addition to working on bringing families in a different way and supporting the kindergarten transition, our P3 Advisory Council in our department is also really leaning into starting to reimagine the kindergarten program itself, because we're working on trying to more seamlessly align what happens in pre-K and what happens in kindergarten and make sure that kindergarten is really an academically rigorous place, but also a developmentally and culturally appropriate place for our 5- and 6-year-olds and their families. And so we have 9 schools that went through an application process that are going to be joining us in a year-long kindergarten innovation cohort. We kick off this Thursday. And they are going to be helping us from the ground up, from the classroom, really learn how to implement our early learner core values in the classroom setting and reimagine our kindergarten program so that it better serves and meets all the needs of our incoming kindergarten students. That's my very quick update. There's always more, and I'm always happy to talk about it. Thanks for having us tonight, and look for these t-shirts and images around the community. We will try to make sure you all get t-shirts as well.
Thank you, Dr. Glasgow. We've enjoyed visiting the Head Start programs, and thank you to you and your team for being active role in Preschool for All efforts that are also coming to the county. Thank you. Well, directors, you've heard about our career pathway work. You've heard about how our early learner work is doing, and because we love the arts, I want to make sure that you get an update on visual and performing arts. I want to welcome Kristen Brayson. Kristen and her talented visual and performing arts team will be presenting their annual State of the Arts at PPS report to directors later this spring. But for now, she's going to give you a sneak peek at progress with the Master Arts Education Plan and some of the emerging summer arts planning as well. So welcome, Kristen.
Wow, thank you, Superintendent Guerrero. It's a delight to be here tonight. It's a pleasure to be addressing you, Board Chair Lowry, and Board of Directors and Student Representative Shu. I know we have tons that we could cover, so this is just a snackable snapshot of our work so far. There's a lot of text on the screen, so I want to direct your eyes to the left because that is most immediate right now. We have gone ahead and moved forward with sort of pre-implementation, if you will, of the Master Arts Education Plan. Although the Master Arts Education Plan, the ink has not dried yet, I'll talk about that in a second, through some direct investments of the Student Investment Act, some really teaming work with Guadalupe, Guerrero, and also all the directors. We had decided to go ahead this year and prioritize a pre-phase 1. And by cluster, we've added in schools, specifically Title I CSI and TSI schools, to make sure that every school in the Jefferson and Roosevelt cluster for this year had music and visual arts. For next year, we're going to extend that implementation to McDaniels cluster, Franklin, and Cleveland, again, serving our Title I schools. It gets better because we knew that we needed to also provide infrastructure support for these schools. These are very specialized learning environments, and in order to deliver the true experience to students, we wanted to provide some seed money to get classrooms set up and buy the stuff and things that really deliver a dynamic arts education. So that's a real quick snapshot of what we're doing now to address current and immediate needs for arts educations and our goals around pathways. If you move to the middle column, we have our MAPE sneak peek. We are going to launch in the fall of 2021. You will get a more expansive glimpse at what we're doing, as Superintendent Guerrero said, this late spring. But here gives you a little look into our 6 strategic goals. One thing that's really important to see here and call out is that every single goal we have has Res-J as a cross-cutting theme. So we've identified, embedded, and prioritized that across the entire plan, and we'll be able to speak to that really directly as we bring that back to you soon. We also wanted to call out some of the system assurances, and this is in no particular order. It is also not the exhaustive list. There's some highlights here around how we want to make sure we have system cohesion and coherency around arts education. So that includes district level policies and practices. Again, the pathways completion. So we've identified what we're doing this year and next year, but what comes next. We also want to make sure that we are aligning and supporting the PPS graduate portrait. We feel like arts education is uniquely positioned to support students' sense of self and belonging, and that it creates the conditions for artistic and cultural literacy. We know all of these things support our students as we're moving toward the graduate portrait. And then finally, one of the things that's very important to our work is that we're touching base and feeling the work of every single department at central office and understanding the complex nuances and how we might be in service of other plans across the system. So that's also included in our work of the Master Arts Education Plan. And then finally, some really great celebrations to have in the right-hand column around comprehensive distance learning. We have produced 32 weeks of lesson plans for arts education in all 4 disciplines. It's an astounding amount of work. They're all thematic. For example, music lessons for 8 weeks in Black American music. To date, we've published a total of 376 lessons in dance, music, theater, and visual arts. All of these lessons reinforce culturally sustaining practices and social emotional learning. We have started the pre-adoption process. We are really fortunate to be prioritized here at the first string with having $6 million for a visual and performing arts adoption. We have done pre-planning to engage 67 teachers. And here is where we want to shift practice for the future and reimagine arts education. We want our students to experience arts education as a place that they foundationally understand culture and understand how to express themselves within that. So we're really excited to show you the emerging themes of that work, and we'll give you an update on that too next time we see you. And then finally, we get this exciting opportunity of continuing the third year of the Summer Arts Academy. We have expanded the programming a little bit with a focus on, very direct focus on specific schools for rising 6th through 9th graders. Some of the expanded programming that you will see is a tech theater component, and we are partnering with Portland 5 to think about ways that we can bring in stagehands to directly work with our students, as an example. And then finally, the Summer Safety and Enrichment RFP went out to our arts partners. We actively engage 47+ arts partners on a consistent basis. And we've had a lot of folks submit RFPs to be engaged in our summer work. So that's a very positive element. And then to close, before I throw it back, we have the Heart of Portland that's going to be happening June 10th. This is a celebration of learning in the arts throughout a really difficult time, but we'll be able to really show the joy of student learning. And so be on the lookout in your emails for an invitation to that event. Thank you so much for letting me share.
Ms. Bryson, can you send us in the phase 1, phase 2 of the Art Pathways additions? I'm interested in what schools next year are going to be have additions made in McDaniels, Franklin, and Cleveland.
Yep, absolutely.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah, and an update of the map from a couple of years ago that showed all the incomplete links. An update of that would be pretty sweet. And I'm guessing that might be part of what you bring back to us.
Yeah, I can give you a quick comparative analysis, though, that kind of, shows you the ways that we've made some connections and progress here.
Yeah, it's just huge steps forward.
Thank you to Kristen and our BAPA team for all that continued progress. And yes, I think when directors see the full end of year report, you'll notice that more and more of those pathways are getting completed and aligned. Speaking of the arts, I wanted to end just by sharing a couple photos from last week's visits to schools by musicians from the Oregon Symphony. It was a real treat for students. It was a lovely way to show appreciation for our teachers and school administrators last week as well. So our thanks to the Symphony for live music by professional musicians for our students. And just as the cellist can read and perform music at the same time, we're continuing to multitask also just to keep the business of the district moving forward. So as I mentioned, the pandemic's created a special kind of focus for us, but we're continuing to do the work of eliminating inequities. And you just heard 3 ways: growing and cultivating diverse talent, making sure early learners have a strong foundation, as well as making sure that we close some of those historic gaps in access to pathways, whether it's in career technical education or in this case, arts. The work has continued. So that concludes my report for this evening. Thank you. Thank you, team.
We thank you to that for that amazing presentation. And thank you to the whole team for inspiring us with all the ways that PPS is continuing to grow and look to the future, even while we have navigated this pandemic. Superintendent Guerrero, I think that the next item is the hot topic of the night that I know we have lots of passionate people interested in and lots of questions, the update on fall reopening. So we're going to get right to that. So what can you tell us about the fall?
Yes, we're very passionate about it too. Thank you, Chair Lowry. Now that hybrid learning and limited in person is underway, we have begun planning for our full return to 5-day instruction in the fall. So as I mentioned previously, we're going to keep the regular updates going throughout the spring and summer to keep you informed on all the planning and preparation so that we are ready in the fall. So I'm going to start off. We have a few slides just to cover the information of where we're at, what's been accomplished, questions we're working on, some of the variables that we've talked about previously, and where we are in that work. So we have a few slides we're going to put up here. So first of all, just recognizing, speaking of the variables, that we have been living, hold on. We can go ahead and go to the second slide there. I've shared now a couple of times, our intent to fully reopen and making sure that we're prepared to do that. The next slide. And as we get sort of into the details for fall reopening and an update, I want to reiterate our guiding principles haven't changed. So there are a number of variables, shifts, and changes that are been swirling around us for the last 14 months, but we're remaining deliberate in sort of what's guiding our decision making. So skipping to slide 4 to really just kind of call out what some of those variables are, because it has been a dynamic reality that we've been working with here. So even though there continues to be some significant progress, although that's been a fluid situation in the community's fight against COVID.
I'm trying to get the slideshow to advance for me. It won't, Superintendent, so give me just one moment.
Sure. So there's a few things that haven't changed for us. Of course, we remain committed to the health and safety of our students and staff. We're going to continue partnering with our community-based partners, public health experts, our labor partners, and the business community to create the conditions for our schools to open fully. So I just wanted to make sure and call out a few of those variables. I think we've covered them previously, but setting the stage here, we know that the health metrics are one of those key pieces. The rate of vaccination, which we're glad to see is becoming now more accessible, particularly for our secondary age students, and it promising that the age group might even go down to 12 pretty soon, and the way that we're making that more accessible for our students as well. Can you go ahead and advance, Roseanne, there? And I think I've already covered that. So if you want to go down to the health metrics, I think the broader community and directors are recognizing that we've been a little bit of a upward trend here, but some signs that maybe that's headed back down again. So we are watching that very carefully. And to say a little bit more on sort of an important factor in making sure that continues to trend downward is I want to invite Courtney Wessling to speak a bit more about this trend and vaccinations.
Did you just call for me?
Yes, Courtney Wessling.
I missed my name. It was adding me. Thank you. Sorry for the late arrival here. So good evening, directors. I'll run us through a couple slides and then I'll hand it over. So on this slide that you can see, we're looking in like things are starting to stabilize a bit. We're sort of at the tipping point of the fourth surge. Infections look like they're heading on a downward trend, and hospital rates are stabilizing. You may have heard today that the governor announced vaccination targets to more fully reopen Oregon's economy. She's setting a 70% statewide goal to reach Oregonians 16 and older with a first dose, and that would help to lift risk level restrictions. So that's forward momentum. That's exciting to hear. She's also making a commitment to if a county can hit 65%, but offer plans for closing the equity gap in vaccinations, that would also get you to a lower risk level potentially. So a couple of options there. Next slide. Okay, so vaccinations. I just mentioned the vaccination target that the governor has set forth this afternoon. We obviously are well aware that Oregonians age 16 and older are eligible to receive Pfizer, just Pfizer, right now. That's obviously a 2-dose vaccine. We've been pushing that information out to our high school communities and have a good partnership going with MESD and the All for Oregon Health Partners at the Convention Center to transport anyone who needs a yellow bus ride and get them signed up and registered to get their vaccine. We've had a lot of students interested, not as many students interested in the bus, but that's secondary. We just want them to go get the vaccine, and if they want to take us up on that transportation offer, even better. And we have another day tomorrow. So we've been kind of streamlining the process. Last week was good, but this week will be better. The high school leaders have been awesome and flexible with us to work through the planning. So we'll keep that going. The convention center's gonna stop prime doses after May 26th or 27th, I should say. So we'll continue getting buses over there through that time, and then they'll go back for their second dose 3 weeks later. And we'll be messaging that as well. The other exciting, and I should also say that where we are with Multnomah County vaccinations is 52.3%. Only 36.8% have had both shots, 15.5 still need that second booster dose. Earlier, I guess it was yesterday, it feels like a long time ago, but yesterday the FDA approved the use of Pfizer for children ages 12 to 15. The CDC still has to approve that. And then the Western States Scientific Work Group has to approve that. And then OHA would have to approve it. It looks like we could have that approval as soon as Friday, which is really exciting. And then of course we would add that into our communication to sending people to the convention center. We are gonna be rolling out some more broad communication about the importance of vaccinations. You'll see on this slide a little box, and that's an example of the social media art that you'll see soon enough. So we're excited about that news. Obviously, you know, the consent issues are key here. 15 and up in Oregon can consent without, or don't need parental consent to get a vaccine. So we'll be working through that. And we're gonna continue to partner with our public health officials, our labor partners, and our community-based organizations to help get that message out that vaccinations are important and we need to work together to get that done. Next slide. Okay, so obviously the next step is, what is the Ready Schools Safe Learners Guidance gonna look like and when is it gonna be released? So everybody's looking forward to working through that. We are told it will, the expected release is mid-July, July 19th, about 44 days before the start of school. We anticipate that those guidelines are gonna obviously update us on a few things. Continued use of school metrics, what will that look like? The health and safety requirements in our classrooms, our transportation, and in athletics, distance learning requirements, and instructional time. And with that, I'm going to throw it over to Dan Young, I believe.
Courtney, before you go, can I just ask one question? So did I hear you say that the Oregon Convention Center vaccination site is going to close at the end of May?
They're going to stop offering first doses at the end of May. They're going to close down in, I think around June 19th is the day I saw.
So what's the plan for vaccine distribution once the convention center?
It's not totally clear, but Director Allen, OHA Director Pat Allen said today that they are really trying to shift gears to medium level vaccine events in communities. We are in those conversations. Everyone is very well aware that we want to be good partners. Schools are a great place to bring people and offer opportunities for families. We need a health partner to do that. We are at the table, and I think it's mostly been a matter of downshifting from big mega event to community centered events. So we know that there have been some of those, but they've been really focused. The county, for example, is really focused on their FQHC population, which is their Medicaid and uninsured population, and on BIPOC communities. So we're really kind of waiting for some guidance from OHA, and I've been in a couple of meetings around that lately to see how we can best partner and join forces, because we need to do this as a community. We need to do this together.
Yeah, I am Well, I've been a vocal advocate of using schools as vaccination sites, and but I'm also aware that there are a great many logistical issues in play, especially for the for Pfizer and Moderna that have very very strict requirements around refrigeration and all that. So so anything we can do to help, please let us know. And one other question, July 19th for new guidance for next school year seems to be a little late. Is there any possibility that the guidance could come out sooner than that?
There's always a possibility, Director Moore.
I think so.
I'm with you. I think I'm happy to help push on that. And I agree with you.
As am I.
And we
will, my colleagues as well. So do keep us informed about what we can do.
And I think if we have time in intergovernmental committee, maybe we can talk about this as well.
What is the 19th pegged against?
Why the 19th is their deadline?
Right.
I don't know. I haven't heard, but I'm happy to get an answer.
I mean, it just seems completely random, and I know the expectation will be you'll be open in late August or early September, but not realizing how cramped that makes our planning.
Yeah, we can work on it. I'm happy to work with you on how we can put a little pressure there. So
I guess, okay, so let me also take this opportunity. Do we have any information about OHA's response to the federal funding for a robust testing system for asymptomatic cases?
I have not heard any updates from OHA on testing. I know the issue, but I have not heard any updates.
Because I think that could be an important element to not only opening schools for, all day, 5 days a week, but also keeping them open in order to monitor any disease transmission that might be happening among students and staff before it becomes an actual outbreak. So again, anything I can do to help there, please let me know.
Yeah, and thank you. And I have my list, and I appreciate you raising these issues, and I will follow up.
I would just, on that, I would be really interested in our health panel's input on that issue. Dr. Moore and I have talked about this, and I stressed Doctor to put us in our relative places in terms of overall knowledge, and I understand her passion, and it makes a compelling case. I have also read other doctors, who have sort of questioned the efficacy of sort of the blanket testing, of all people. So I just, for me, this is one where I always want to go back and defer to the public health experts, and so I would be interested in what our health panel says about whether that is effective in terms of actually catching cases and potentially limiting any spread in schools.
And Director Scott, I was just going to say the same thing. So I'd love to hear from the health panel.
In the sake of full disclosure, I just want to make it clear, I appreciate the honorific, but I am not an MD. So I make no claims.
Okay, if there are no more questions on this slide, I'm going to kick it over to Dan Young, and thank you all.
Thank you, Courtney.
Thank you, Courtney.
I can assure
Courtney, actually, I had one. Can I ask one question, Courtney? I'm just wondering whether in this, or maybe this is Superintendent Guerrero, whether there are any districts in Oregon or ODE is contemplating a vaccine requirement for students
I have not yet heard of any district that is contemplating that, but I haven't seen a survey. I don't know if that information is, I don't know if people are talking very widely about that.
I mean, it's just
every
university now is making that a requirement for the fall return.
So Director Edwards, we will do a look at what's happening across the state and bring that back to the board in a further update.
Great.
Julia, what age group are you referring to?
12 and up.
So, I mean, given that the 12 to 15 hasn't been, it's not approved yet, is it? Or I think it's on.
Yeah, it was approved yesterday. I think
okay,
it was approved yesterday.
FDA approved, but it still has to go through a couple more hoops.
Yeah, we're very close, but the prospect of getting all our students vaccinated over the summer, given where we are with adults, raises questions.
There's also a difference between authorization for an emergency use authorization and a full authorization. I think we are probably, as I understand it, Pfizer has requested full authorization, so that process will be going forward over the next few months. I suspect it will be a considerably longer time for full authorization for vaccines for children.
Yeah, I mean, I just think we should start talking about it.
Let me just clarify. That is not to imply that there are any safety issues. It's a bureaucratic process that the FDA has established to ensure, full vetting and, it includes a substantial component of post-vaccination follow-up. So there is, of necessity, a time lag.
Yeah, I just raise it because I know at the university level, nobody was doing it, and then pretty much now everybody's doing it. And it seems like we should engage our health panel early on, and I appreciate Jonathan Garcia saying that we're going to follow up, but I know a lot of kids who are engaged in sports who are 16 and older, and probably those who have greater access than others are already getting vaccinated. So I just think we should dive into the topic so that we're ready to go, knowing that there's, it's different than adults.
All right, are we ready to move on to Dan Young? Because I know we have a lot more to cover tonight. All right, Dan.
May I remind our Chief Operating Officer turning the microphone on might help. Thank you.
It's really embarrassing. Good evening, directors and superintendents. I want to let you know that staff are looking at school capacity and space needs for fall. We've already run a preliminary capacity model that assumes 3-foot distancing. It will still be required in fall, and that all students will return to in-person learning. We estimate most classrooms will be able to accommodate full enrollment without much modification. However, we do anticipate some physical changes will be necessary, including replacement of furniture, some classroom changes, potential repurposing of non-traditional classroom spaces, or schedule changes. Our next step in our effort is to model furniture setups in every classroom. This is something similar to that we did for hybrid, identify site-specific capacity constraints, and then identify resolutions. Staff will be working closely with school administrators and updating assumptions along the way. Next slide, please.
Dan, how do you define overwhelming majority? Is that 60? Is that 90?
So our first model we ran, we were able to pretty quickly look at about 80% of the classrooms in the district. And I'll just say a relatively low percentage of those showed capacity issues. That said, we need to move on to the next step of modeling every one of the classrooms and continue to attest what our assumptions are, because we are making assumptions about usable space, how much space will be needed, space for egress and circulation as well. So it's a really good start, and we feel pretty good that we'll be able to resolve those capacity issues, but now we need to get more into the detail.
Yeah, really promising.
Yeah, and just a ground level view, I visited 3 schools today, 2 elementary and a middle school, and none of the principals thought there would be much of an issue in accommodating all their students at that 3-foot spacing. Clearly, there's always some things around the margin to play with, but nothing extraordinary.
Great. On this slide, I just want to note that we anticipate and look forward to a return to a more traditional school day. To that end, human resources, transportation, nutrition services, and many others are busy making plans and preparations for full opening in fall 2021. And we look forward to providing updates to the board as plans and efforts progress. And we aim to frame that information with what we know now, what we don't know, and when we will know more. And I think with that, if there are any other questions, I'll be turning it over to Jonathan Garcia.
Thank you, Dan.
So can I just say, going forward, again, my baseline assumption is that the classroom issue won't be a big one in terms of the space accommodation, and we can flex into some other spaces if necessary. The questions I have are more around lunch and transportation. So in the near future, or when all in good time, when we're ready to have that sussed out, that would be of interest.
Understood.
Absolutely, Director Bailey. We will, and that is our commitment to this board, is to provide regular updates. Jonathan Garcia, Chief of Staff here at PPS, wanted to share a few of our commitments with you and our broader community, which mirror in many ways the resolution that I know this board is considering adopting. Our commitment is to work closely with the school board, our labor partners, and our community-based organizations to really create the conditions that will allow for a full return, full-time, 5 days a week in person this fall. We also know, and we will commit to adhering to federal and state guidance and create the path that appropriately mitigates transmission of COVID-19. That is really important for us as one of our guiding principles. We also plan to provide a comprehensive virtual learning option for those students and families who are unwilling or unable to return to in-person learning in the fall. We will provide an update soon to this board on those plans as well. We will continue to work with our public health officials and community partners as Director Moore continues to remind us at every board meeting the importance of getting vaccinated, washing your hands, of taking care of one another. And it's really important that we as a public school system do our part in that effort to ensure that our students, our families know about vaccine safety and other issues related to this topic. And then the last thing, as I've said, and we've reiterated, we will be providing regular updates to the school board and community as we learn more and as we continue our planning for fall 2021. With that, we will open it up for any further questions or comments from the board.
Let's go. I think there might be quite a lot of questions here, so let's go in birth order just for funsies. That means the time in the year you were born, not who's. We're not calling out who's oldest. But we begin with Director DePass, who is our January baby.
Did I miss something? Did you just say you're not saying that I'm the oldest, but I'm close?
Yeah, I'm saying we're calling people in order of when in the year their birthday falls, not birth order as far as like who's the oldest among us.
Thank you. I'm really happy to hear that we're planning to open full-time 5 days a week with the distance, with the spacing, the 3-foot spacing. And I'm curious, and that's conditional on, I'm assuming that the cases continue to go down. I also had a question about the testing, if we were considering any type of testing. I know some districts are doing testing. But yeah, I'm wondering, I'm hoping that the assumptions are that cases will go down, and in that case we will open. And I'm wondering what we do if that's not the case, or if there's another spike.
So
And I'm assuming if there's another spike that we continue with distance learning.
yeah, Director DePass, we will coordinate and work very closely with our public health officials here in Multnomah County, and we will take their guidance and direction on how we proceed in the chance that there is a spike or other variants of COVID-19 that populate. This is a ever evolving a public health issue, and we will rely on our public health officials to guide us.
And then one more question. Did Courtney say that we would consider having vaccination sites at some of our schools if we could find a partner?
Correct, Director DePass. So Courtney is currently, and her team, sorry, Courtney, you came back. Go ahead and share.
Thanks. Yeah, so Director DePass, we're exploring all of our options. We want to be a site if it makes sense with community partners, if they want to utilize our spaces. We've made that pretty clear at a lot of different tables. So yes, we want to do that, and we just need people with vaccines, right? We can't do that. We can offer space and staff support.
Great, thank you.
All right, Student Representative Shu, you are next in our birth order.
Hi, could you come back to me again?
Yes.
Thank you.
All right, Director Scott.
I'll pass this round. I've had a number of conversations with staff, so I'm happy to go back and talk a little more when we introduce the resolution.
My question is about, as we continue our focus on our Res-J lens and on equity, what are we hearing as far as our partners in communities of color around how we can support getting families access to vaccines, and also what those folks are maybe thinking about come fall? Because I know we've heard a lot from our white parents about really wanting to return to full 5 days, and I know that we continue to hear that there's a disproportionate effect of COVID on our communities of color here in Portland.
Director Lowry, thanks for the question. I will take that back and connect with our senior advisor on racial equity. Oh, there we go. They're bringing Danny over. So I will, I forgot that we have a green room. So Danny.
Hi there. I'm sorry, I'm having some internet troubles. Could you repeat the question?
Yes, my question was, how are we, and maybe Courtney can answer this too, around the vaccine parts, how are we helping support our communities of colors in vaccine access? And then also, what are we hearing from our culturally responsive partners and families of color around as what they're thinking for fall? Noticing that we've heard from a lot of white parents about this desire to return, but also being aware that COVID has disproportionately impacted communities of color here in Portland.
Yeah, so primarily I've just had conversations primarily with our SUN agencies and our RESJ partners. So a lot of our culturally specific organizations are sort of moving slowly back into in-person. I think that they're continuing to hear quite a bit of reluctance and worry about sort of COVID, given some of the disproportionate impact on their communities. And I think the other piece that we're hearing is that there are more and more early on, when the vaccines were being distributed, we heard more information about sort of lack of access, particularly for sort of families. But now that there's more availability and different phases are open, we're hearing that many of our partners have either sort of gotten the vaccine through eligibility through some of the work that their partnership with us, as well as other eligibility. I think that our partners continue to worry about making sure that multi-generational households, where you have older adults along with very young kiddos, sort of worry about that issue. So I think that we're hearing a lot of that. We're still hearing quite a bit of reluctance. When we did our school tours for some of the reopening, a lot of our partners came in. Almost every agency was represented in our school tours. And in talking with different staff, just anecdotally, there was about a 50-50 split in terms of kind of where individual staff were in terms of their reluctance or suspicion around the vaccine. And, you know, I think we're continuing to partner with Multnomah County and their health department. You all had the opportunity to hear from one of, you know, the health department and the REACH program in terms of some of the work that they're doing. And Multnomah County has been really great in offering not only vaccine access for different culturally specific communities in their sort of like different locations. So organizations like NAIA Family Center, SEI, ERCO have had very specific vaccine drives. So I think we're hearing that access is improving, that folks have access, but that reluctance is still a big issue. And I think that we're in terms of partnering and working with our partners, that safety is of utmost concern. And so they've been really great in terms of learning about RSSL and some of those regulations that we're working on, and also, you know, kind of asking a lot of questions. So it's been really good in that way. And I think we also hear from parents and from young people just really wanting some interaction, and so trying to balance those places. So I don't know if that answers the question, but that's kind of what we've been hearing lately.
Thank you. Yes, it does. All right, our next one is Director Moore.
I think I've had most of my questions answered one way or another. So I guess I'll take my 2 minutes to thank all the staff for the extraordinary work that's gone into developing all of these plans. It has been a very, very long, 15 months now? And it's not over yet. And anybody who's been paying attention knows I've been pretty conservative around reopening plans and wanting to make sure that we're dotting all the I's and crossing all the T's for health and safety. And I am, for whatever it's worth, I am now satisfied that the district has done everything humanly possible to make schools safe learning environments for both students and staff and for their families. And I just want to thank everybody for the countless hours, endless work, the angst and the constant burden of this ever evolving situation. So thank you all. And I'm looking forward to the successful conclusion of this school year and some really fun activities for students over the summer, and then a next school year that will approach normality. It'll be a new normal, but I think with the plans that are happening, I'm confident that we'll be able to provide a school year for students who are willing and able to attend in person. Anyway, thank you. I only have a small glimmer of the work that's been done in order to make all of this happen. And I am tired just contemplating the little bit that I know. So thank you.
Director Brim-Edwards, did you have a question or comment? Julia, you're muted.
Following in Dan's footsteps. I have both a comment and a question. Just the comment is just thank you to the staff who've gotten us to where we are. And I was really excited to hear that the preliminary work, and I'm going to go back to the slides that Dan had on the screen and the comments he made. So I just want to clarify that 80%, and I know this is a rough estimate, roughly 80% of the classrooms would hold the students even if we had the 3 foot. Is that correct? Even if we had the 3 foot rule?
What we did is the model we were able to run, where it's a couple different programs that have to match up. So that was able to match up 80% of the classrooms pretty easily. So another 20% we haven't looked at yet.
But it's for the 3 foot standard. I mean,
right. And
the worst scenario.
Right. And so with what we were able to model, it was a relatively low percentage that came up with that would have capacity concerns. So on an individual classroom basis. And that's with assumptions of the 3 foot distancing, and also making assumptions because sometimes, not all classrooms are the same shape and they're not all the same configuration. So we're making assumptions around how much usable space is in there, what circulation is necessary, and some assumptions around the fixtures and the furnishings that are in the room. But with those assumptions that put in place, it was a relatively low percentage of classrooms that we saw capacity issues. And now the intention is to take that to the next level and start looking at those individual rooms and confirming if we do have issues and what those solutions might be.
Because one of the issues this spring, as we talked about it was just sort of operationalizing getting kids back in the hybrid model. And I know later on this evening we're going to be talking about the resolution, which has sort of continuous updates coming as you look at the work. And I know it's always, as you get to the smaller number, it actually gets more difficult, like there are few remaining ones. Do you anticipate that last 20% and then the spaces that Director Bailey referenced, which is the more communal type spaces, that by mid-June we'd have that, whether we could operate in sort of the most restrictive environment of the 3 foot requirements?
As we progress, and certainly as we get into June, I think we're going to have a much better idea of what the constraints will be. And we know we're going to have to be creative. We were creative with how we put together hybrid, and we're able to make all the schools work. And we're going to have to be creative doing this again. I can say that we're, the planning, we're making decisions and assumptions now, and we're going to have to update those assumptions as we go along. We've already purchased some furniture with the anticipation of this for coming for fall, because furniture has lead times. And so we're going to continue to be doing that and looking at what exactly our overall capacity concerns might be.
Thank you. And sorry about the phone call. My mom was calling me. Great, thank you. So that's really heartening to hear that there may be a solve for the facilities. And then my second question was, and I'm just going to ask the superintendent this one. It's a more generic question. Is we're not going to survey parents again. We're just planning. We're opening schools in the fall, and if people are going to opt into comprehensive distance learning, that would be an opt-in, but it's not going to be this, which one are you going to pick? Is that correct?
Well, that's one of the assumptions here, I think, Dan, just to confirm. You're looking at our physical spaces, assuming 100% of our enrollment returns to campus, right? So we don't know if that's in fact going to be true. So we have our team offline right now designing our virtual school option. We're going to want to offer families a really crisp description of what they could expect if they feel that that's an option or a choice they need to exercise. What I don't know, and the staff, we have to figure out, is that 5% of our enrollment? Is that 15% of our enrollment? So we're going to have to get an idea of what that is. And so we will likely come back and describe what our thinking has been around, well, how do we register students for a virtual school option? If for whatever reason families need to exercise that choice, that'll decrease the number of students that we need to accommodate in person. And so when you think about that last 20% of spaces, look, we knew moving from 6 to 3, if we could make 6 feet work, then 3 feet should generally work for a full day. But if we have another set of students who aren't even planning to come to campus, that might even reconcile or resolve the remaining space concern or constraint. So this is part of our punch list of next items and variables that we have to sort through, and that we'll keep directors updated on.
Yeah, and on that note, Director Brim-Edwards, we will come back and provide an update on how we plan to get that type of information from our parent community.
Great, thank you.
Okay, our next person, Director Bailey.
Thanks, and Julia, that was my question as well. How are we going to anticipate? So I'm glad that got posed. I just want to say, and again, observing schools today, saw kids doing all the right safety things, staying apart, wearing masks, doing the hand wash. I saw a child coming in late who didn't have a mask, but knew there was the mask dispensary right there inside the door, along with the hand sanitizer. So our kids are totally into this. I've heard nothing but praise about when we've had students identified with COVID for how that's been handled and communicated. And so there's been at least no known cases of any kind of in-school transmission. It's all been something out in the community that came in. Our teacher leaders have been very, very happy with our protocols around that. So this seems to be working really well. So it sounds like we are really lined up to open up fully, whether it's 3 feet or 0 feet in the fall, unless there's some kind of spike and where the state orders us back into CDL. I think it's pretty clear that's where we're headed. That's where all the planning is. So this is really good news going forward.
All right, thank you, Director Bailey. Director Constam?
I think I've had my questions answered. I want to thank Dan Young for putting up with me for the last probably 2 months with this very question. And I just think it's really helpful to have this clarity for the community tonight. And to just be able to build excitement for going back to school. It's a lot of work that has built this foundation. But it's just really exciting, and I'm really excited for the summer offerings that are going to be, in some cases, our test case for how we go back to school. And also some of our students will be taking part in some of our summer activities they've never been to school before. So it's just exciting. Thanks for all the underlying work. Thanks for the research so that we could really clearly answer this question because it needed to be answered. So thank you again.
Student Representative Hsu, did you have a question or comment come to you in this time?
Yes, thank you. So we have a number of schools that ordinarily have low vaccine rates, which will probably be lower with the COVID-19 vaccines. So what will we do in the event that, in general, it is safe to more or less return to school as usual? But at the same time, there are a number of our sites that have not yet crossed the herd immunity threshold.
Student Representative Hsu, that's a great question. We will take that back to our our health panel to inquire and have a conference or a response to you via email.
And can you copy everyone on that response? I'd be interested. We have exclusion for, not completing certain vaccinations for kids. I'd be really interested in hearing your response as well.
Yes, Director DePass, we will include the entire board on this communication.
Chair Lowry, if I could ask one question, again, not necessarily be answered tonight, but would want to hear the answer at some point. We've talked a lot about lessons learned from virtual learning, that there's some positive takeaways from that. Do we have a plan for engaging with our teachers to like fully flesh out that discussion, to have a really inclusive discussion of lessons learned, and not only teachers, but our EAs, all our staff in schools, and then to formulate that as to how can that be part of our ongoing school improvement plans going forward?
Thank you, Director Bailey, for the question. We will, at one of our upcoming updates, we'll provide a little bit more about our plans for distant learning in the fall. And I'll make sure that our staff includes some information on how we're engaging with our educators as we design and plan that moving forward.
And actually what I meant was taking what worked in distance learning that we can do with in-person learning.
Oh, understood. Got it.
But actually that's making our virtual learning better as well is also a good thing. So thank you for expanding my question and doubling your workload.
Great.
Excellent. All right. We are going to take a brief 5-minute break. We'll be back at 8:15, and we will then move to our resolution to prepare for full-time reopening of in-person learning for the 21-22 school year. All right. See you back in 5 minutes, everyone.
and I've heard others as well. So I think it's just important to always come back and recognize how difficult the situation it is, and yet also, how many of the successes we have had. My reason for bringing this resolution forward tonight, it's really threefold. As we heard tonight, right, from the superintendent and staff, as the district prepares for full-time in-person reopening this fall, I want to say that again for the Oregonian, we're preparing for full-time in-person reopening this fall. I want to make sure the superintendent has the full support of the board to take the necessary actions that he needs to take to get us back to full-time in-person reopening. Some of the commenters, said earlier tonight, we need to do what it takes to get schools reopened this fall, even if we have to do so under current health guidelines. And I want to make sure the superintendent has the full support of the board in taking those actions, over the next few months. The second reason, I think it's important to send a clear signal to the community that we're working hard towards a full reopening. The superintendent said this a few weeks ago. I think he was very clear about that. But again, those messages get muddled over time. And I think it's important for the board and his board members to really amplify that message to the community as well. And then third, and I think the most important reason that I'm bringing it forward is really to start a community conversation about what that return is going to look like. And it will give families time, our whole community time, to sort of consider what it's going to look like and whether and how it will work for them. And I think it also allows us as a district to start talking about some of the potential barriers. And we began to hear about that tonight, right? I mean, we know, district staff know space limitations, but being able to be transparent about that and sort of elevate and expose those issues of, what does that mean? And even if 95% of our classrooms can hold students at 3 feet, well, that means 5% of our classrooms can't. So what are we going to be doing, in those situations, to accommodate for that? And I think it's important to be having that conversation. I'm really confident that schools are going to be fully open in the fall, but it still may look different. And there are things that may be different about it. And I want to make sure we're bringing the community along in that conversation between now and September 1, show our work, listen to feedback, and I think that's the right way to get to a successful reopening. And I really liked how the superintendent, the slide deck presented it. Let's just keep talking about what do we know and what don't we know, and let's be really clear about that as we go forward. So all that, I won't go through the entire resolution. There are a number of sort of recitals that talk about where we are and how we got there. In terms of the resolved, just to for a little bit of clarity and process, this did come up. I've been working on it for a little while. Unfortunately, I didn't get it around to the board, other board members until late on Friday. And so as a result, and I did get a little bit of feedback, and I'm going to walk through some of those things that are incorporated here, but I did ask Chair Lowry to go ahead and keep this on the agenda for discussion tonight, but then delay a vote for another couple of weeks, because in addition to not getting to the board, it wasn't publicly released until just yesterday, I believe. So this gives us time to continue to consider it, take any comments that we might hear, if any come forward, from the community over the next couple of weeks, and take the action. And I think given what we've heard tonight about the reopening plans, I don't think there's an urgent need to demonstrate to the public that we're moving in that direction, because I think that's clear. I think the need really is to demonstrate that the board is fully behind the superintendent of the district on this. So in terms of the resolved, that's what it says, right? It says that we commit to partnering with the superintendent to find the solutions that allow for a return to full-time 5-day-a-week in-person instruction. Safety, the PPS's board top priority is to safely reopen, and we understand that we also do have to adhere to state and federal guidelines and take any other appropriate steps that are needed to mitigate transmission of COVID-19. Given the uncertainty around that, the board is directing the superintendent to develop a comprehensive plan for returning to in-person schooling that transitions students back in a safe and equitable manner, and then update us as he is committed to do regularly as we go through this, given that we may not get that state guidance until July, which I will agree is really absurdly late, but it's what we have to live with. Regardless of the conditions for returning in person, we are directing the superintendent to provide a comprehensive virtual learning option for students and families who are unwilling or unable to return. I think there's a really interesting question about how long that continues. And I know some members of our community, have said, well, why would we even need to provide that? I think given where we are and where we expect to be, and given vaccination rates and what they're expected to be, I think it's really important that we provide this option to our families. And what's noted in the resolution is we'll provide a virtual learning option at least until COVID-19 vaccines are widely accessible to school-aged children. So, we could continue to choose to do so longer, but that's sort of the minimum until the vaccines are widely accessible to school-aged children. And that is going to be some time. Again, we just got 12 and up. It's going to be some time to get younger kids. This is a new addition, and this was actually a suggestion of Director Moore and also from Portland Association of Teachers, the sort of idea about what are we doing around vaccines, and we're already doing this work, but I thought it was really important to include it in here. Again, the board sort of seconding what we heard from staff today, to facilitate accessibility and uptake of vaccines, especially in our most impacted communities. We're directing the superintendent to continue, as he and his staff are, working with OHA, Multnomah County, MESD, and other community partners to educate students and families about vaccine safety and improve distribution systems, including the potential use of schools as vaccination sites. There are some hurdles to that, but also some real advantages. And so I know it sounds tonight like everyone's pretty interested in seeing if that's a possibility. And then finally, just recognizing the significant impact that educational disruptions have on student academic, social, and emotional well-being, encouraging the governor, OHA, ODE to revisit the Ready School Safe Learners guidelines, just to make sure they reflect the current state of knowledge about disease transmission, they adjust to progress in vaccine intake, and they accommodate the complexity of plan and implementation in large urban districts. We all want to be safe. We all want to abide by public health guidelines that keep us safe. We don't want public health guidelines that have very limited added value, but also make it very, very difficult for our kids to be back in person full time. So that's kind of what that last piece is about. So with that, I know we already had a long conversation about reopening, so I'm not sure how much more there is, but I think if anybody has specific comments about the resolution, now's the time. And then we could also make any needed amendments in a couple of weeks if necessary.
I was just going to have us run through alphabetical by first name in reverse order, just to, mix it up. So
I thought I was going to go first.
Geez, I was ready to go.
We're gonna start with Scott. Amy, you get to be last. I'm sorry.
Oh, that's a switch. Yay, the old guy gets to go first. Not the oldest.
The age before beauty.
Yeah, and pearls before. So Director Scott, thank you for bringing this forward. And just to kind of repeat what after it took me a while to think this thing through, partly in how we engaged around it, which was a really, I think, interesting process. But coming to the point now where, to me, we've got two options for September. Either we're going to be open at 3 feet or less, or we're going to have a COVID disaster and be back to complete CDL. So I see that we are on the path going forward to 3 feet. I want to totally support the work of staff in getting there. Seeing both our kids and our teachers today really engaged in learning at the 3 schools I was at, some really great engaging lessons going on, kids excited to be there. And also hearing from our principals that those kids roughly a dozen kids at a school who weren't engaged very well in CDL, almost all those kids are in person, and our families are really responding positively to summer programs, which is exactly what we want to hear for those kids who were least engaged, to get them involved now and then into the summer. I'm really excited to see this as a pivot point for us going forward. And I want to thank the superintendent for his leadership in this. And everything we've heard tonight, we've seen his leadership through his staff leading on racial equity. And I just totally appreciate that in our budget, in our summer programs. Music really, and art expanding where it's been least offered before. And the kindergarten transition program, which again reaches usually our lowest income are African-American children, Native American children, other children of color. All those things I see that he has led us going forward in. So I just want to appreciate all the work of staff and his leadership going forward.
Director Moore?
I don't think I have much to say about this resolution. I think I've already kind of said my piece about reopening. I guess the only thing I would want to underscore is the need for continued collaboration with state and local partners. And that includes getting guidelines from the state as soon as possible in order to allow maximum time for the kind of really comprehensive planning that is going to be necessary in order to have a smooth reopening in September. So I'm thank you, Director Scott, for taking the lead on this. I think it's a good resolution. So thank you.
All right, Nathaniel, do you have any comments or questions?
I do not have any questions about the resolution. Thank you.
Director DePass?
I want to, excuse me, I want to thank Director Scott for initiating this resolution. I agree with you that it's really important for us to show the superintendent our intent and to support him in his efforts. And yeah, I think it's great. I think also allowing a couple more weeks for it to be fine-tuned is great. As you know, there's lots of information coming in, things change every day. So by the time we actually do get to vote on this, I think it'll be a really nice product.
Director Brim-Edwards?
Thank you. Thanks, Director Scott, for your leadership on this. I view this as really a statement of the district's leadership together, making a commitment to our families of what's going to happen this fall. I know lots of families, whether it's people returning to work or making childcare arrangements or wanting to make sure that their child who is most successful in the classroom is going to be returning to school, that knowing that there is a united commitment to making this happen, I think is really important. And last week's meeting, the intent of my question was more to get at making sure that the budget had whatever staff needed in order to be able to successfully reopen. And so the intent was, and I hope that as I look through this, I'm not sure this point's quite captured, but that just the commitment that we'll do what it takes. And I know that there's some scenarios that we may not have the resources for, but we want to make sure that staff has the budget flexibility to do things. When I was in Franklin recently, there were clearly some walls that have been moved and things that have been changed in order to be able to accommodate even the hybrid model. So I think part of what I'm thinking is making sure there's sort of, in addition to the commitment from the board, but also, what are the resources that the district needs in order to be able to successfully open. So I want to make sure that's captured there. I think one thing I want to ask the board to consider is potentially a separate resolution or communication to the governor, the health authority, and the Oregon Department of Education. I think the language is very diplomatic, Director Scott, that we're encouraging the governor and the health authority and the Department of Education to revisit them as condition changes. I think we should be a little more assertive and communicate what we need as a large district. So Portland's very different from other districts, just that we're, most districts in the state of Oregon, the 199, are much smaller, and to turn the ship around takes a lot more. And so I would hope that maybe we could have a communication to the state about what we need to see from them. And again, I don't know why they picked the 19th, but it may work for smaller districts, but I think it would be very hard for PPS to turn that ship. So that would be something else that I would be interested in the resolution. But I think it accomplishes its purpose of sending the right message of we intend to move ahead. And I think continuing the conversation, as you said, Director Scott, to show our work so that it's really transparent. So parents, I know, because I'm getting lots of questions every day from people of just like how it's going to work, because people are trying to figure out their lives sort of post-pandemic or as they're getting vaccinated. And I think the more that we can communicate, just the better. And I think this is a great first start, and a first start that's aligned with the superintendent and staff.
All right, Amy, Director Constam.
Thank you. Just thank you to Andrew for bringing this forward. Also, just generally for your leadership and partnership on this issue for a long time, even when the road was very bumpy. But I think that in the absence of a strong statement from the board and strong analysis and communication from the district, which we heard tonight, a lot of worry and concern and questions kind of started to take root in the community. So I think it's really important for us to just be really clear about our intentions, and then also to agitate on the factors that are outside of our control, but on which we have influence, meaning the Ready School Safe Learners guidelines probably, and other decisions coming down or potentially coming down from the state. We have an important voice and role and an important perspective. So I'm glad to hear some of my other board colleagues recognize that and be willing to advocate for what we believe is right for our students. But Andrew, thank you again. I look forward to voting on this, supporting this, and hopefully easing a bit of the worry and burden from our families.
All right, we will vote on this resolution at the next board meeting on May 25th. All right, we come now to something that I've had to do a lot of studying on, something kind of outside my normal wheelhouse as we turn to some of the financial decisions that we make as a board. Superintendent Guerrero, would you like to introduce the next item, which is the PERS obligation funds?
Well, that's a switch in gears, Chair. And consistent with the onboarding process here in PPS, our new, you don't really get to call new after 30 days, but our Chief Financial Officer, Norberto Delgadillo, who's going to talk to us on this topic of limited tax pension bonds. Norberto? And I know we're being joined tonight by, as usual, our esteemed guest, Carol Samuels and company as well.
Thank you, Kara, for doing the work of teleporting everyone in and managing the meeting and trying to, spin all the plates all at once. We really appreciate you.
Yeah, thank you. Good evening. I was like, they're talking about me and I can't interject. But now I'm here. Good evening, Chair Laurie and directors. Yes, definitely switching gears, and Student Representative Shu. For tonight, want to engage in a discussion regarding pension obligation bonds. I think the current low interest rates make it ideal to consider issuing a pension obligation bond, but there are also risks to be considered. So to help guide our conversation to further understand the and risk, I'd like to introduce three of our guests that are here. We have Gogun Agar, and my apologies, Gogun, if I mispronounce your name. And,
I answer to anything you can imagine.
It's like me, right? I'm Alberto Elgadillo, and insert 10 million variations. From Hawkins.
I'm going to ask you to pronounce her name for us just so that we do hear
Yes,
it.
please.
So the first name is accurate. It's Gulgan, and my last name is Turkish, and they have silent G, so it's Ur.
Ur.
I totally get the silent G thing because I've got the silent DH on my sisters.
I studied German for 2 years, so I have this familiarization with the umlauts, but you know that the G was should have looked that up. But yes, our bond consul, and we also have Andrew Dyke from Eco Northwest, who is part of the team that authored the analysis to assess the risk and rewards of issuing the pension obligation bond. And in addition, as Superintendent Guerrero mentioned earlier, we have Carol Samuels, who you all know very well. And so for kicking it off, I'm going to turn it over to Carol to walk us through the risk and rewards conversation. In addition, we have a deck that we want to share. So Carol, take it away.
Great. Well, good evening, everybody. It's nice to see all of you. Hopefully next time it will be in person. What I have in front of you here is a very abbreviated version of the deck that you should have in your board packet. And my hope is that this will be a quick review, but this is a very complicated subject, so please feel free to ask any and all questions that come to mind as I go through it. And I'll also be asking Andrew from Eco Northwest to go over some key slides that are relevant to this discussion. So if we could turn to the first slide. I believe, yeah, there we go. Okay. So why are we having this conversation at all? Well, frankly, the reason is that the Oregon pension system is still substantially underfunded, which means that your rates and charges associated with your pension costs are still quite high. And pension bonds can be a tool that can help reduce those costs. So the concept can get pretty muddy, but in fact, it's actually fairly straightforward. Essentially, the goal is to borrow at very low interest rates, take the money, send it to PERS. PERS has an $80 billion portfolio, which they invest across the investing spectrum. And the goal would be that once those funds are invested, the bond proceeds, that they would hopefully return a rate that was higher than the borrowing rate. So let me say that again, because it's actually the simplest concept of all the things we're going to talk about tonight. The goal is to borrow at a lower interest rate than the investment returns on those funds would generate. That profit or arbitrage would be used to reduce your overall pension costs. So there's a lot of lingo here. PERS has a system of side accounts. You may have had a conversation about that last year when there was a proposal that was adopted to submit some cash into a side account. A side account is just a fancy name for a savings account, whereby PERS is retaining it on your behalf and comes up with a drawdown or amortization schedule that lasts for 20 years, where a certain amount is drawn out each year and is used as an offset to what you otherwise would pay. That offset is known as a rate credit. Unlike with your general obligation bond program, since this is not for a capital purpose, under federal tax law, the only way you can borrow for this is on a taxable basis. So your GO bonds can be sold at a tax exempt rate. And I see everybody has a cat in this. I have one sleeping next to me right now. In any case, because these aren't for buildings and facilities, the feds won't let you borrow on a tax exempt basis, which is fine. You can borrow on a taxable basis, but it makes the interest rate somewhat higher. Next slide, please. So hopefully you can see some of these numbers. If you can't, as I said before, they are in your packet, but Portland has had a very successful track record and history of using pension obligation bonds to reduce your costs. In the upper box, you'll see that the district borrowed 3 times, 2 of which were new money. The third was a small refinancing of the 2002 debt, where you borrowed approximately $500 million, so $500 million, at interest rates ranging from 5.6% on the 2002s to 5.73% on the 2003s. And again, a small portion was refinanced in 2012. Those funds were deposited into a side account. You can see the deposit on the lower left, and hopefully you can see that it grew steadily over time because your timing could not have been better. In the middle, you can see the investment returns that were experienced from 2004 through and including 2019. And even though in today's market, borrowing at 5.5% or higher would be considered quite expensive, relative to your rate of return, you've done remarkably well. In the lower right, you can see a column labeled pension bond savings, and the overall total reduction savings being translated into a reduction in personnel costs is over $280 million in total, and on a present value basis, about $184 million. So all has gone remarkably well for this setup. Next slide. Furthermore, we've run projections of what is potentially going to happen in the remaining 7 years of these bond issues, both of which expire in fiscal year 2028. And again, if you look at the lower right, you'll see that the expectation, based upon an assumption that the fund earns, you can see in the middle, what the PERS model assumes, which is a 7.2% rate of return each and every year, which we know is not going to happen. But from our perspective, this is as good of a model as we're going to get for now. But assuming you earn something approaching 7.2% in the next 7 years, you stand to save an additional $180+ million. So all things being equal, this is a risky thing to do. But as I've said to several of you, I think we all have Jim Scherzinger to thank, because it was on his watch that the district made the decision to move ahead on this basis. Next slide. So Why might now be a good time to think about doing this again? Well, I'm sure you've seen in your own personal lives as you refinance your mortgages or take out loans for remodeling or cars or the district's GO bonds, that interest rates are truly at historic lows. This is a graph that looks in the period between 1996 and today. And you can see that interest rates, you can see this more clearly in the inset box, have started to creep up this year based upon some concerns about inflation. But even with that creep up, they're still at historic lows. And you can kind of see where we were back in 2002 and 2003 relative to where we are now. We are currently projecting that for a 20-year bond issue, you could borrow at approximately 3.5%. Next slide. So I think it's super, super important that everybody here understand that this is not like any other financing you're ever likely to consider in your capacity as a public official, in that there is absolutely no guarantee this is going to work out well. As I said, the soundbite is, can you make more on the invested bond proceeds than you're spending on the borrowing and the interest? And the answer is, if you think you can, if returns are going to exceed the borrowing rate, then the likelihood is you are going to put yourself in a better situation. If returns equal the borrowing rate, then at least you have not put yourself further behind. But in the case where returns are below the borrowing rate, you could put yourself in a worse position than if you had done nothing. And I've worked on quite a few pension bonds since 2002. And, you know, I sleep well at night because I know that most of the folks I've worked with have done really, really well. Portland at the top of the list. But there was a group in 2007 who borrowed right before the 2008 crash, and they are still in the hole. And we don't project that they are ever going to climb out of that particular hole if you assume the same model assumption of a 7.2% return. With that, I'm going to turn it over to Andrew at Echo Northwest, because the district did contract with Echo Northwest to run an analysis beyond my expertise, which is on the borrowing side, to look at the probability of success on the investing side. So Andrew, are you on?
I am on. Thank you, Carol. So next slide, and I will talk about. So I do want to clarify too. Carol mentioned that we contracted with PPS. PPS was part of a group of nearly 24 school districts that participated and was interested in this particular analysis. And the results obviously don't depend on the group of districts that are funding the report. Could have been PPS by itself, could have been any other group of districts. So there was a large consortium that was interested in this question and that are pursuing an interest in evaluating the risks and rewards of issuing pension obligation bonds. Do also want to say that I and Echo Northwest are an independent third party here. This analysis is designed to support the decision-making process, but we have no vested interest in the bond sale itself. So just wanted to put that out there. There's a lot of words in the slide and a small number of numbers, but what you're looking at are high-level findings from our analysis. We conducted an initial analysis of the potential rewards and risks of issuing pension obligation bonds in January. And the results of that are displayed in the dark blue filled in bars in the chart. And we just spend a minute on those so that you understand what you're looking at, and then we'll talk about the update. So we're looking at different rates of bond issuance along the bottom, 2.5, 3.5, 4.5%. And the dark blue bars are the output, or one of the outputs of our modeling, where we estimate the risk or the probability of a successful bond issue, where the returns are greater than the costs of the bonds. And you can see, not surprisingly, as you move from a low interest rate to a higher interest rate, the probability of success declines. In our initial analysis for the scenarios we modeled, the probability of success was a high of 95% for the rate of 2.5%, down to about 80% for that higher rate scenario. And that was supposed to be the end of the story. As it turns out, in March, some new information was released, and specifically, Milliman, the PERS system actuary, presented to the PERS board some less favorable financial market outlooks. And that outlook was less favorable, suggesting annual returns of about 0.75 percentage points lower year by year than Milliman had projected in December, and lower by a similar magnitude compared to the projections that we rely on in our model. And what we put into our model is based on Treasury projections, and we think that's the best information for this kind of analysis. They have the most intimate knowledge of the PERS portfolio. Unfortunately, they have not revised their projections. We expect they will release new market projections in June. We expect a directional change that's similar. That is, the market outlook will be less optimistic. We don't know how less optimistic it will be. We don't know the magnitude of that change. But hearing this new information, there was understandable interest in getting an update of our analysis. We unfortunately cannot do a full update because we do not have the updated Treasury outlook, and the Milliman information is not sufficient to run an update. So what we recommended and ultimately implemented, and you'll see displayed in the outline bars, is an alternative approach that approximates the impact on the probability of success of deteriorated market conditions. So specifically, what we suggest is, suppose you're looking at a rate of bond issue of 4.5%. What we did was keep our old market outlook, but run a scenario at a higher interest rate, specifically 5.5%. And the results of that scenario modeling should approximate what you would expect to see if you ran a scenario with a model that had been updated with a new set of financial projections at a bond rate of 4.5%, and that the market projections would be, if they're lower, anticipating an annual return that's about 1 percentage point lower than prior, then we're putting a similar kind of squeeze on the potential reward. So again, based on our initial model, if you were anticipating a bond rate of 4.5%, you would want to look to the results for a bond rate of 5.5% to approximate what would happen if market conditions were such that returns were about a percentage point lower than previously anticipated. And that's what we're showing in the outline bars. We're kind of shifting the results over to the left. And you can see that the probability of success has declined somewhat. At the initial rate of 2.5%, we're predicting a probability of success of about 9 in 10, almost 90% chance, and that declines to about 67%, or 2/3 probability of success at an interest rate of 4.5%. So that's the results. And I will say a couple more things before turning it back over to Carol. One is that these new results are potentially slightly less optimistic than might be warranted by the information from Milliman. Again, their market returns anticipated going forward were about 0.75 percentage point lower than initially anticipated. We're presenting results that are consistent roughly with returns that are 1 percentage point lower on average. At the same time, again, we believe that the Treasury has the best information and that their projections are going to be the best guide as to the future returns of the portfolio. And we don't know where that's going to land. We have to wait till June to find that out. So with that, I will turn it back to Carol.
Well, before we move further, I know there were a lot of questions on Echo Northwest's information, so let me just pause.
All right, let's run down. I'm gonna just run down the list and see who has questions. Amy, did you have any questions about this?
Well, Chair Lowry, did everyone on the board have the opportunity to have the individual or small group briefing on this same information?
Yes, we all had that opportunity. I was not able to take advantage of it, but heard from other board colleagues and got some fill in.
Okay.
And I wasn't either. I jumped on the call today, but had over double booked myself. So I haven't also got the benefit of that smaller group learning.
And we are not voting on this tonight, so we will have some time before the vote. So perhaps, Michelle, there can be a window to have that happen. Maybe we can check with Roseanne.
Okay. Mr. Dyke, I appreciate having you here, and thank you for that bit of a deeper dive. We had a pretty extensive conversation the other day, and I believe most of my questions were sufficiently answered. So thank you.
Great. You're welcome.
Andrew, did you have something?
No, just thank you. You're welcome.
Oh, no, I meant Andrew Scott. Sorry.
Oh, I'm sorry. Yep.
I should have said Director Scott. I apologize. That was super confusing. We often get confused ourselves between Andrew Scott and Scott Bailey, so it's commonplace around here.
That's okay. Scott, when Carol opened up and she said she was going to ask Andrew to walk through some of the slides, I thought, wait a minute, I didn't sign up for that.
I don't know, but we
call although that would turn out a lot better than if she said we're going to have Amy walk through these slides.
We call it double Scotting when we accidentally email both Andrew Scott and Scott Bailey. When you only mean to email one of you, but accidentally email both, that's called a double Scotting.
Right. No, I don't have specific questions. I really appreciate, and I appreciate the presentation so far and the clarity, Carol, you bring to the issue. Because it is unlike almost anything else we'll do. I do have. This is maybe more for. I don't know if we're going to keep doing a little bit more presentation, but for the resolution, there is an important thing I'd like to talk about with the board in terms of that maximum percentage rate, which relates very directly back to this. So if board members have seen in our resolution, there is a maximum interest rate that we, as a board, are authorizing the bonds to be issued at. Right now, that is set at 4.5%. I think that's worth having a conversation about, particularly given these findings. I will just tell you personally, I'm far more comfortable at 3.5 than at 4.5. At 4 out of 5 times it turning out well than 2 out of 3. So I think that is maybe worth a conversation as a board.
Well, and Andrew, I just want to piggyback on that same point. I understand we have a couple of things that we need to verify in the next few days before we take a vote, but I had a lot of concerns about postponing this vote because we know that interest rate is a moving target. And so the sooner, if we are collectively inclined to approve this, the sooner we do it, the better.
Yes, and you shared that with me, Director Constam, and we will, we're looking at how quickly we can get those final pieces into place so we can go ahead and move forward with the vote. We may end up calling a special meeting to do so, but we have to kind of finalize the timeline. Director Broom-Edwards, did you have any questions at this point?
You have a number of questions, and so I was part of the Scherzinger miracle that threaded the needle. So it's always great to be part of that, to have a big pot of money that you took a calculated and informed risk on, and it had a good outcome for PPS. But I also know that in the last 20 years, we've had a fair amount of just volatility, and there's lots of Monday morning quarterbacking when it doesn't come out that same way. So I think we should do our full due diligence. I don't think that we haven't had a board session on this before this, and I think it's relatively a material and substantive issue. If you're one of those districts that are still underwater from 2007, you'll know that the stakes are high. So a couple questions I had. Unfortunately, my questions got pegged to the longer slide deck. So there is, so I don't know if you have I assume Carol, you have the longer slide deck, or somebody does.
I do. So if.
Okay. So maybe I don't actually need one of the slides to ask this question, and I'd like to, this can be a combined answer from Andy, Andrew, and Carol. But what is the estimate range? So say if we're at 67%, if we catch that 33%, what's the estimated range of the financial downside in the worst case scenario?
Yeah, so I'll jump in, and Carol can fill in if she thinks I've missed anything. I don't have those numbers at my fingertips, but the broader report that we issued did provide some additional information about the distribution of outcomes. So it showed the present value of the benefits to the bonds at different interest rates and the distribution, the 5th percentile value, the 95th percentile value. So you can get some sense of, the potential downside at different points in the distribution, if that makes sense.
Yeah, I'd like to be able to have it captured in a way like I could tell my mom what the risk is. Like, here's potentially what the range is. I mean, it's a dense presentation. I read through the whole thing, but it would be useful to understand, just in layperson's terms, just like we captured the potential upside, what the range of the downside is. So we know what that risk could be, and then following on what that range could be, I'm assuming it depends on how big you decide to go, how big, if you catch the downside, how big your downside would be, or what the, potentially how big your upside is.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and I think the information in the report, it's not packaged in a way that would allow you to take it right away and show it to your mom or whoever, obviously. But there is some interpretation that we can add to
the
that.
Average taxpayer.
Yep, right. That turns it into statements that along the lines you're suggesting. I think that's feasible to do.
Yeah, that would be super helpful, because I think it allows us then to understand the risk and how big the swing is.
I think Julie, actually, Julia, do you mind if I interrupt for just a second? Because on this point, because actually one of the things that in my conversation with Carol, that I found really compelling was, and I think you did model out, what if we had the same experience as those districts that issued in 2007? So what if we had a 27% drop next year? And then, the same sort of returns that, they've seen over the last 13 years. And surprisingly, we would still come out ahead. Although those districts came out behind, we would come out ahead. And the reason for that is those districts issued at 5.5%, something along that. We're targeting more of a 3.5%, maybe 4%. And so, I'm not saying any of this to say that we're guaranteed a good outcome, because we're not, right? I mean, there's still lots of scenarios, or maybe one out of every, 5 scenarios where, we could end up underwater. But that for me was really sort of helpful in sort of highlighting why the district's bringing this forward to begin with. Interest rates where they are right now. And I know you know this, Julie, I'm repeating this more just to get it on the record, but yeah. I thought that was a really interesting analysis in and of itself, that risk stress testing.
And also, if everyone didn't have a chance for a briefing, if maybe somebody could show that slide, I do think that graph is really compelling.
Well, I'd like to have it be able to be captured in a way that we can explain the risk, because I'm a risk taker, but an informed risk taker, and so being able to look at, like, here's the potential upside. I mean, and obviously, any potential upside has huge impacts for our mission, but so do potential downsides. So if the potential downside is actually not such a big downside, that helps inform the risk.
So,
but we need to probably have people but we can't expect somebody to read through this, and so to be able to translate that into lay language.
If we want to look at that slide, that was actually the next slide in the abbreviated deck.
All right, let's can we
I'd like to see that.
Do we want to let everybody else have a chance to ask a quick question, or do we want to go ahead and move on? Because we've got Michelle, Nathaniel, Rita, and Scott, and then we can go through the rest of the slides, maybe Julia, and they'll answer some of your questions, and then we can do more questions at the end.
Okay, I just, yes, that totally works. I do want to get my questions answered if we're going to be voting next week.
Yes. And I know that we'll also have time to ask questions offline as we continue to maybe others of us get briefings or continue on. So let's hear quickly from Michelle. Did you have a question at this moment?
I don't right now. My question is, I'd like to get a smaller group scheduled.
Nathaniel, did you have any questions or comments at this juncture?
No. I would also very much like to get a small group briefing scheduled. I was not offered one, and I feel like I'm way out of my league here. So
understand that feeling. All right, Rita, did you have any questions or comments at this juncture?
Nope.
Scott?
Yes, a couple of questions. And maybe it's on the slide. So it looks like historically.
So I'm going to have us, Scott, I'm going to have us stick to what we've seen so far if we have questions about that, and then we'll finish the rest of the presentation, and then we can come back for more questions. Does that work?
Can I finish? Thank you. Historically, it looks like the two previous PERS bonds have most recently saved us over $20 million a year. Is that a correct interpretation of the far right-hand column?
Of the earlier slide?
Yeah, the earlier slide showing the historic. You
well, you know, on average, potentially, I wouldn't say, yeah, I would say on average, it's probably a little lower than 20 million. One of the things you'll notice if you back up to slide 3, not the far right column, but the second one in that shows the absolute savings, they vary a lot. And that is one other risk factor that I know staff is well aware of, but the board as well would need to be prepared to deal with the fact that because this is an arbitrage play where you are basing it on investment returns, since investment returns vary, your side account benefit is also going to vary. So having a reserve is prudent.
Okay, yes. My second question is, given the current assumptions going forward, let's say we borrow at 3.5 and we get an average rate of return from PERS that's on schedule. What's our average annual benefit estimated to be in present value terms?
Now, see, that is a perfect segue to the slide that we were just about to look at, because we modeled that.
I think that was Julia's question as well, if I understood it. If you want to hold off on that one, I have, before we go ahead, a different question, and this is for Norberto, is we have an account. If you look at our big fat budget book, that's our PERS account with, I think, $40 million in it, 48 million, something like that. Is that related to any of this?
It is in a way, but I will turn to Claire Hertz to add a little bit more detail to it, as she has a lot more experience to help us answer that question.
Thank you. Yes, we do have a PERS reserve that is intended to help offset the rates in the case of a downturn in earnings, so that there was a resolution passed by the board. On top of my head, I don't remember what year, but a long time ago, with accumulated funds in order to help offset and balance in case there was a bad scenario and that came forth. And it does, the resolution has us take a certain small percentage of our property tax revenue each year and move it into that PERS reserve fund.
Okay, and I'm seeing it's, for those of you who have the big budget book, it's page 145, and it's actually projected to hit about 58 million. So that's money that is not, it's related to PERS and PERS risk in general, but it's actually money that we control. It's not in a side account, or is that correct?
It is in our bank account. It's not at PERS, and it is something that is there is a board resolution from years ago that gives us guidance on when we accumulate and when we use it. But it's certainly under the board's control to determine the use of that fund.
Okay. Could we get a copy of that resolution and also your opinion, because that I'm not sure how far back that was.
Yes, prior to my time, for sure.
Yeah, as to what our strategy, if you agree with that strategy going forward in terms of how to use that fund, or in what conditions we would spend it down. I believe it's grown quite a bit over the last decade.
Agree. Certainly, we can report back to you on that. I'll work with Noberto Delgadillo so that he understands the purpose of the fund, and we'll report back to you.
That would be great. And then a question for Andrew Dyke. You ran a bunch of simulations with different things go this way or that way or the current way in terms of investment outcomes. What were the basis of the different possible outcomes and the odds you placed on each of those? Or is it, can you give some insight as to how you constructed that?
Sure, yeah, absolutely. And that's a great characterization. So in technical terms, what we did was implement a Monte Carlo simulation, which sort of sounds like rolling the dice, and in a high-tech way, it kind of is. But just sort of a quick summary of what that is. As inputs, we take, again, the market outlook from the Treasury, which gives us the expected or average return for each of the asset classes in the portfolio, as well as a measure of risk, and specifically the standard deviation of those returns. And beyond that, we also get, and I don't want to get too technical here, but we get the correlations across asset classes, because, you know, if you're paying attention to the stock markets, often when the US stock markets go up, the global stock markets will go up, and vice versa. Not one-to-one, but there's a relationship there. So we take all that information and turn that into sort of mathematical distributions of outcomes, so we can know, you know, with a certain probability, we're likely to see something in the range of the average returns. There's also a smaller probability that we'll see a very high or a very low return for each asset class. And so what we're doing with the Monte Carlo simulation is basically taking random draws of the year-by-year returns on the portfolio, consistent with the assumptions of the Treasury, with the market outlook, and then doing that 20,000 times. So it's sort of like an experiment, again, where we're sort of rolling the dice 20,000 times. If you're rolling the dice once, you don't want to rely on the results, but you do it 20,000 times, and the statistics gives you a good understanding of what's likely to happen.
Okay. And you probably can't answer this question, but if you had rolled the dice 20,000 times the last time we were set to go out for a PERS bond, and have the current results today, are we like in line, or did we do better than that expectation, that sort of central tendency expectation, or do you have any ideas on that? And
right, have not done that comparison, and I don't know if we'd be able to go back far enough to get the same input numbers, but I think that's certainly a question I would like to look at. I think so. We don't have an analysis of the performance. I think that the reliability of the output is going to have a similar type of performance as the Treasury's projections, and they're not perfect. Again, they're going to change every 6 months, but it's the best information we have. I will say too, though, that right now there's a relatively wide spread between the bond rates that are likely to be seen and average market returns. There's still risk, but there's a wide spread there. And Carol can correct me if I'm wrong in characterizing things this way, but it's a wider spread than we've seen in a long, long time, if ever. And so correspondingly, we're in our simulations, we're seeing higher probabilities of success than we've seen in the past. And we have sort of outcomes. We've seen most of the pension obligation bonds have proved positive. Some haven't. Order of magnitude, they seem reasonable.
All right. I'm going to ask if we can move along to Carol's next slide, because we still have a lot here with this, and then we still got like budget.
I may double back with some questions offline. Thank you.
We're not going to be voting on this tonight, so we do have some more time to ask questions. So just want us to walk that line of making sure we're getting what we need publicly, but also respecting everyone's time. So Carol, I think we're ready for that. Anxiously wanting to show us. Yes, Julia.
I just want to make sure before we move to a different topic that I get a chance to at least get an answer to that one question and get my other questions on the table.
Yeah, so what we're going to do is we are going to allow the folks here to finish this presentation. And then if there are still questions at the end of the presentation, we'll do a quick run through of everybody, probably take a quick break, and then move on to our, I don't know what's next in the budget, but our next item. So that hopefully that gives some time to answer those questions. And then you can also submit those questions after this meeting as well.
Yeah, I sent them 5 days ago, so.
Great. All right. Carol, we'll turn it over to this next slide, and then we'll go from there.
Okay, so this gets at what several of you referenced. We took the information and ran some actual what if scenarios with regard to what if you borrowed in each case at 3.5% and then had 3 different investment outcomes. So the first case is what I'd call the control case. It is exceptionally unlikely to happen, but it reflects the PERS model, which is that the fund earns 7.2% each and every year. As I've said to many of you, if you borrow at 3.5 and earn every year 7.2, we know you're going to make money. And that's what this first column shows. So at the very top, you'll see that we project, if you want to finance the entire amount, that it will come to about $390 million. We also project that that would, 2 blocks of information down, create an average percentage break credit against your current payroll rate of about 7%, which, once you take into account the debt as a percentage of payroll, would save you roughly 1.7% of payroll each and every year. That adds up to total savings of $179 million, which on a present value basis, meaning what it's worth to you in today's dollars, is about $125 million. But obviously, the notion of earning one rate is ridiculous. So we also moved to 2 actual cases. The second case being Portland's experience, where immediately after issuing bonds, you earned double-digit returns for 5 years. And then the crash of 2008 took place when the fund lost 27% of its value, and then it has been recovering ever since. On that basis, this case is even better, which shouldn't surprise us because Portland is living proof of what happens when that occurs. And you save approximately $306 million or 211 on a present value basis, and roughly 2.8% of your payroll each and every year. Then there's case 3, which I think all of us, including me, were surprised by when we first saw it, because this is what you could call the worst case, except it's not the worst case. So I want to emphasize this is a worst case, but I could definitely construct a scenario that has far worse outcomes. But nevertheless, this is the real life circumstance that faced the 2007 borrowers, where immediately they borrowed in the fall of 2007. Within 3 months, the PERS fund was down by nearly a third of its value, and it recovered from there, but never enough such that the 2007 issuers have gone into the black. Yet what this is showing is that even in this scenario, you would save money, approximately $71 million. Is that a lot? Well, it's not nothing, but it's obviously not anywhere near as much as the other 2 scenarios. And it would be perfectly legitimate for you to say, how is that possible when I have said consistently that those that borrowed in 2007 and had exactly these investment outcomes are still in the red? The main difference you can see at the bottom of the slide, this is what Andrew Scott was talking about, is that those who borrowed in 2007 borrowed at an overall interest rate of 5.67%. And we're talking about a borrowing rate here that's 200 basis points lower. And that makes a huge difference. So let me just go on to the next slide because it's the last one and it shows the timeline we're operating on, and then happy to answer any questions. So I put this together before I understood that tonight is just considering the concept. I think the schedule I've heard is potentially having the board adopt the resolution at your meeting on the 25th. If you do that, this schedule still works. If it's any later than that, then we'd have to evaluate the timing overall. But this is working towards a bond sale on June 30th, which would be it would take place just like all of your general obligation bond sales, where the underwriters go through a bidding process and the lowest bid interest rate is the underwriter that is selected, subject, again, as Andrew said, to meeting your maximum borrowing rate constraint. So if you got into the market and the market did not cooperate and the bids came in above the maximum that was set in the resolution, then the district would not proceed to complete the sale. The goal would be to have a closing in the middle of July, send the money to PERS, and PERS actually adjusts rates pretty much immediately, the first of the month following the receipt of the funds. So you would start to see lower payroll rates immediately. And that concludes my remarks.
So Carol, just to be clear, delaying till the 25th does not impact this timeline, correct?
Correct.
Okay, that's great to know because that was one of the concerns. All right, Julia, do you want to lift up your questions?
Yeah, so, some of these can be answered, in fact, most of them could be answered just in writing or later or before the next, well, preferably a couple of days before the next board meeting. And this would be for Andrew, not Andrew Scott, Andrew Dyke. So we received a much longer slide presentation that sort of goes through all the scenarios, the history, a lot of the background, the assumptions. Since you're, and I know that you did the sort of Monte Carlo simulation on the front end for this larger group, but since you have sort of no, or you have an independent look at this, have you gone through that longer extended deck, and are you comfortable with the assumptions that have been made and the scenarios, that those would be ones that reasonable people would make?
Yes. Yes.
And you don't have to, you can say, relook at it, or the answer is yes.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. Yeah. Assuming it's the final deck that we prepared. Yep.
Yeah, it's the big fat one. Okay, that was my first question. And then on page 10 of the big one versus the shorter one, there's a list of other risks that and there are other risks too, and then it lists out a series of 4 or 5 other scenarios or risks that could be involved. And I'm interested, and again, I don't need to have the answer tonight, but what's the size or the scope of that risk? I mean, are they immaterial, but they're just being mentioned?
So if I could address those, because that was a slide deck that I put together, and for the benefit of others, there is another slide in your board packet that lists other risks that I think fit comfortably under the headline, your rate credit is going to vary. We have already talked about that briefly, but there are a number of reasons why it might vary. At the very top of the list is variability in investment rates. It is also
exactly that's the one I'm referring to.
Right. And Julia, it is hard to quantify the order of magnitude difference because there are so many ingredients that can lead to variance, including how quickly your payroll might grow and what happens to the assumed rate. So it's not something that I think I can provide a range of outcomes, but I do think you can go back and look at your own history and get a sense of how large the variance is from that period, including the period of time where you were growing less than what the assumption was in terms of payroll, and a period of time where you had strong reinvestment and weak reinvestment.
Yeah, I guess I would appreciate that. I would be interested in either staffs or just so that we have the assumptions and risk pressure tested. And they may come up with the same answer, but like to have that answered. And then, and maybe this is a question for Claire on the payroll growth trends. Do we know what ours are and how those would be impacted? I mean, is that a known?
We know our history of payroll growth, and certainly with the SIA investments and Measure 98 investments, and now the ESSER dollars, it sure is adding, variance to that. But certainly it's something that we can make sure that we're using our most up-to-date information about what we know is coming in 21, 22, and 22, 23 at this point. We did do our forecast in December that we can add the funding that has come in since then to help determine what's, for at least the next few years, what the payroll growth is expected to be. And then after that, we really have to look at a long-term averaging based on state school fund, based on the legislative allocations to K-12 education in Oregon.
So Claire, you're not concerned about that, just given the change?
Well, it's certainly a variable. So I think Carol said it best, that there are multiple variables in this calculation. And so what we can do is take the best information that we have and use it to determine the best path forward in order to do the investments in the pay down, the debt service and the pay down distribution.
And then a little bit scarred by 2007. So I'm wondering, so that's the case C, worst case scenario. I don't think we're gonna have another pandemic, but I'm curious, Carol, you said that there were other scenarios that you could see that could get us below 71 million, or they're worst case scenarios in different ways?
Oh, for sure. I think I was talking to Norberto this afternoon, where I relayed that one client quite a while ago asked us to run what happened in Japan in the 90s when the Nikkei index went down year after year after year. Believe me, I can come up with numbers that are scary and negative if you assume that we have multiple years of downturns. So if you'd like to see that, tell me what you'd like us to run and we can do it. Our perspective was that 2008 was pretty brutal. And that seemed like a reasonable example to look at. But I'm certainly willing to run something scarier if you'd like to see it.
Okay.
I think, can we get onto our budget item, Chair Lowry?
Yeah, I think Director Brim-Edwards, it seems like that there may be some more questions, and I'd encourage you to continue with those. I know Carol and Claire are available for continued question and answering, because it seems like you're running down your list there.
Yeah.
Well, a lot of these questions we went through in our individual meetings too, including the one that we had together. So I'm just concerned that we have our entire budget to get through, and we're not going to be able to, Carol, I know you would valiantly try, but we are not going to be able to, quantify the exact risk, but we all are in possession of the variables at play here and need to, make a reasoned decision on that. And I think
the protocols we adopted tonight is anytime we have a major item that there's an opportunity to have a board meeting or a discussion about it before we actually vote on it. So
right, and it's been great. I really appreciate you guys being able to answer these questions for me.
So I will follow up, and I'll Claire work with you or Norberto to get them in, but I would like to have them answered.
We do have the questions, Julia, and we'll get the responses to you. We appreciate your interest in how complicated the process is.
Yes. Sorry, I think my internet is telling me I'm unstable. I appreciate. I
That's
know that
not
for
very
me,
nice of your internet.
you know, this is a complicated process. This is something that's newer to me. And so I've appreciated all the questions and all the time. I appreciate the additional time so that we can bring this back on the 25th. Now that we know it won't disrupt the timeline, I think we'll save ourselves the headache of trying to schedule an interim meeting. But go ahead and Roseanne, if you could reach out to Director DePass to see if we can get another briefing. And then Director Brim-Edwards, if you can work with Deputy Hertz and Ms. Samuels and the team to get those finalized questions answered so that you feel ready to vote on the 25th. Deputy Hertz, did you have something to add?
I just wanted to thank Carol Samuels, Golden Boer, and Andrew Dyke for joining us tonight and answering all of our questions. We appreciate you being with us to share this potential opportunity for the district. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Thank you. I did.
Welcome.
Thank you all, and for the earlier briefings as well, and for really providing a pretty common sense perspective on some really complex information.
All right, we are going to go ahead and move now to another piece of complex information. The work of the board involves all sorts of pieces, and one of them is enrollment balancing. So we're going to say goodbye to this group of guests, and I'm going to turn us over to Superintendent Guerrero to introduce our next group of guests.
I think that's right. Another light topic for the evening. So in a 3-sentence recap for our viewing audience, as most of you are aware, last year we launched an enrollment and program balancing process, receiving technical assistance from Flow Analytics to help lead data analysis and modeling and co-develop community engagement strategies, and with much help and shared leadership from a guiding coalition of representatives from our various school communities. In February 2020, the board adopted Resolution 6059, a scope of work for a first phase of the charge, which addressed schools in the southeast quadrant of the district due to a high number of small K-8 neighborhood schools, as well as really the imminent opening of Kellogg Middle School, which we're excited to cut the ribbon on. So now it's time to move on to phase 2. So to begin that next phase, we would like to be able to provide that coalition a clear charge for its work. And so to get us into that conversation, Deputy Claire Hertz will take it from here.
Hello again, another light topic, as he said. So I'd like to introduce the staff I have joining us today. I have Shanice Clark, Director of Community Engagement, Judy Brennan, our Director of Enrollment and Transfer, and Esther, I'm going to try really hard, Esther Amagbane, a Regional Superintendent, and she'll have to correct me on, I've been practicing and I'm still not perfect, Esther. I'll call you Dr. O. That's the best way for me.
That works.
Okay. So I would ask Roseanne to thank you. Great. And if we could go to the next slide, please. And so as we are bringing back a charge for phase 2, just want to share with you some of our thinking and lessons learned from our last phase 1 process. And so we have 2 meetings for the board to first understand where we're headed for where the staff is recommending for phase 2, what our next steps will be. And so this is the first discussion evening for our agenda item, and then moving for approval in the second meeting in May. And so we're really looking at middle school students having access to equitable programming, focusing on specifically Harrison Park and Lane, middle schools having resources available to them with a balanced enrollment, and really making sure that as they have a balanced enrollment that opens up opportunities where they would have additional human resources available to them, and focus on that equity for our BIPOC students experience in as we balance our Southeast Portland middle schools. So that would be our staff recommendation, is at a larger level. But I would like to turn it over now to Judy Brennan to talk a little bit about the charge and the scope of work.
Good evening. Next slide, please. So I'm just going to share a few of the details of what we see as essential in this next phase of work, and of course are here and available if you have more detailed questions. So we assembled our team. You're meeting the team tonight, and we also consulted with a small number of SEGC members. We took in some, we folded in some feedback that was happening with Harrison Park community members. The principal was holding listening sessions for those groups. So that all went into the mix. Now, I want to say we did not roll the dice 20,000 times to come up with an appropriate scope of work. But what we kept coming back to again and again, based on the feedback that you provided to us on February 22nd, was the importance of opening Harrison Park as a middle school in the 22-23 school year. So you see that as the top line on this scope of work. One thing that we also noticed right away is that unlike phase 1 of SEGC, where we were largely taking students from K-8 schools, reconfiguring them and offering them the new Kellogg Middle School, in this case, in order to build enrollment at Harrison Park to be large enough to really stand out as a middle school, as a peer middle school to others in Southeast, we'll be needing to reassign areas that are currently attached to other middle schools, or we probably think it's an and, or additional programs like dual language immersion programs. So that's a difference that we just need to contemplate as we begin this phase. A couple other things to point out. If you'll recall, the Kellogg building is physically located in the Bridger boundary, but Bridger is not fully assigned to middle schools at this time. Part of the area is administratively assigned to Kellogg, the part closest to the building, and the remainder is those students will be attending Harrison Park K-8 next year. And then in a moment, I'll just touch on something that we do want to make sure you're aware of, and that is that we've got some enrollment changes coming that we need to fold into the planning for this phase. While the team was working on what was possible for Harrison Park, we came again and again to the importance of Lane Middle School. So next slide, please. This graph may be the quickest way to represent why that's so important for us, or we thought it was so important to be a part of this scope. So you'll see Southeast Middle Schools represented here with Harrison Park. That's the 6-8 portion of their current K. Now what we're showing you is the forecast enrollment about 5 years from now. And the current enrollment is similar, but we actually see lower enrollment coming. That's because, as you're probably aware, declining birth rates, continued gentrification, we have been seeing lower enrollment across K-5 schools, and that will be impacting our middle school enrollment within a few years. You can see the schools with the lowest enrollment, Harrison Park, the one that isn't yet a middle school that we'll need to grow by moving pieces out of other middle schools. But then there's Lane Middle School with no change below 400 students in 25-26. Because of concerns about that chronic low enrollment, we'd like Lane Middle School to also be a priority in phase 2. And then just one more priority I want to touch on. Next slide. Thank you. In order for Harrison Park to convert, we're also going to have a new home for the Harrison Park K-5 students. In keeping with centering the BIPOC families' needs, which we've heard from many of our BIPOC community that are a part of Harrison Park now, as well as honoring that value of keeping cohorts together, which was a really important part of the final decisions that were made for phase 1. It's going to be important that we look at returning Clark to a neighborhood school serving the Harrison Park community. But that will mean reconfiguring or relocating the Creative Science School. It has 450 students and is located in the Clark building now. So that means that even though most of the K-5 issues in the area that may have bubbled up in phase 1 may not be addressed in phase 2, we will have to have some very serious inquiry and work with a number of schools on a solution that would both serve the Harrison Park community and find an appropriate location if needed for Creative Science School. That's a really high level on what the main desired outcomes of phase 2 are, and I'd love to turn it over to Ms. Clark to talk more about the process that's envisioned.
Good evening. We can move to the next slide, please. Greetings, board directors, Chair Lowry, Superintendent Guerrero. I am going to touch a little bit about our Southeast Guiding Coalition and process to support the overall work for phase 2. The thought partnership of our students and families and community is central, and thinking about the recommendation that's ultimately developed. And we are certainly thinking about racial equity as it informs how we are renorming the Southeast Guiding Coalition in relationship and partnership with the leaders who volunteer and dedicate time to this process. But we definitely recognize that the solutions that we need to create need to be creative, and we are really grappling with complex issues that impact the day-to-day lives of our students, and the agreements that the Southeast Guiding Coalition members have amongst each other, as well as the dialogue that happens within their meetings, is really going to be central in how we think about holding space for those creative solutions. So there's a slide here that kind of talks a little bit about both the mindsets and methods that we want to think about, and how racial equity informs both voices and approach that we value as central in this process. So, for example, empathy interviews are going to be applied as we work with students and families to garner further input on what experiences, how their lived experiences inform our next steps. Will really help us be grounded and centered with the storytelling of the voices we ultimately want to center. But I think the structure that we hold will also be thought about, like not meeting on a weekly cadence, allowing 2 weeks and a little bit of time for both processing information, receiving feedback and questions, and ensuring that our documents and accessibility of the meetings and spaces are always translated. And so I think those are things that we're wanting to prioritize and make explicit as we move through the process. And we can move to the next slide. So I talked about a racial equity centered design process, and there's going to be different levels that we think about to approach the overall phase 2. And so really understanding, clarifying, and learning the charge and the scope of our work from the Southeast Coalition will be essential, and also having clarity around the goals and garnering space for questions and consensus. And we will continue to think about racial equity and social justice as we ground the work, and continue to lift up priorities that are elevated from our members, as well as garnering specific spaces for students that identify their top needs. And in those experiences with key topics, we really want to use those things too. In the launch and learn kind of space to begin brainstorming solutions and outcomes that are really in line with our theory of action and commitment to Black and Native students and students of color. And on our next slide, there will just be some further clarity that will help us get to a recommendation and build consensus in the next couple of levels. And will ultimately lead from the spring into the fall quarter. If we can move to the next slide, we'll see a little bit about just the last tail end of the design process, where we are holding spaces for collaboration from community and input, but in a way that will have a second robust effort and really draft and test solutions that we are brainstorming to build on that recommendation. And on the next slide, I want to talk a little bit about methods and stakeholders, and this particularly important as the representation of the folks on the Southeast Guiding Coalition is something that is important and relevant conversation, both students and people of color, families of color, having the capacity and ability to weigh in is something that we want to be creative and flexible about. And so thinking about increasing that representation on our guiding coalition, but having spaces that also elevate voices that help us in our decision making as well. And so being in that partnership and advisory with our racial equity partners, having dedicated student forums. Those are the things that we want to think about that provide isolated space in phase 2 for input in our process, along with our open house and our website and surveys, and trying text messaging. So these are going to be a combination of continued and new strategies that will help reinforce our real equity design process with the key and critical stakeholders that are central in this work. And with that, I'll pass it on to Esther.
Good evening, Board of Directors, Chair Lowry and Superintendent Guerrero. During phase 1, we heard a lot about the need to have voice and representation from our instructional experts. We do realize that as we redesign our middle schools and we provide opportunities for our students, and as we work towards rolling out phase 2 of the Southeast Guiding Coalition process, it is incredibly important for us to involve the Office of School Support, Office of School Performance. This is important to us because members in the Office of School Performance are experts in thinking about scheduling, in thinking about programs, and in thinking about the needs of students. We, of course, work hand in hand with the Office of Teaching and Learning to ensure that our schools have strong instructional programs. And in order to do this and to honor the expertise within our ranks, the Office of School Performance will have principals at the table, each principal known for their expertise in either master scheduling, program design, student support, both at the district level and at the site level as well. The district level will, of course, have the 30,000-foot level view, which they will share with our site leaders. And then our site leaders, of course, will take that and actualize it at the schools. We also will be looking at how our leaders center our BIPOC families and provide supports for our students while not losing sight of the day-to-day operation of the school. Our central office leaders will look at the district's initiatives, our long-range vision, our short-range plans, and our enrollment patterns to determine what programs and kinds of supports that will be ideal for our middle schools. As you well know, there are some middle schools right now that are overcrowded and there are some that are under-enrolled. So the goal here is to balance our middle schools while at the same time providing equity amongst the programs and adequate supports for adolescent minds. The middle school redesign process, of course, will continue. And it's a great thing we're starting with Lane and Harrison Park Middle School because that will be part of our launch towards implementing the middle school redesign program further down the road. And with that said, I would turn over the presentation to Claire. Thank you.
So if you would go to the next slide, please. And then finally, we just want to ask the board, you've received the, draft charge from staff in terms of what we heard. We had a work session with you, and then in focusing on middle schools in the Southeast, we're wanting you to let us know, does this scope and charge deliver what is needed? Is it not really looking for wordsmithing tonight? We'll have a chance to do that later offline. But are any desired outcomes missing, or what gives you pause? And what else do we need to finalize the charge?
All right, so we're going to ask folks to kind of focus in on that question that's there on your slide. Oh, does this scope, and sorry, Roseanne, or whoever, you were too fast for me.
Does this scope and charge deliver what is needed?
Does this scope and charge deliver what is needed? So we'll run through the list. Director Bailey, does this scope and charge deliver what is needed for you?
I think pretty much. So I want to be clear on what I really like in it. One is that in contrast to the first, or what we learned in the first phase, is that we want our educators to give specific instruction around optimal dual language immersion program configurations, and to give guidance around focus options as well, particularly creative science. That's the district's role and not the committee's role to do both of those things, as well as specifying what we consider an optimal range for enrollment in each school to avoid under-enrollment and on one hand and overcrowding on the other hand. So I'm happy to see those in the charge. I think it's important, and when you read in the scope, to note that while we're focused on Harrison Park and on Lane, that other middle schools in the area may come into play as we look at shifting some programs around, as well as boundaries, to get Harrison Park up to an optimal, in that optimal range, and again, long-term, considering where we think enrollment is going, at the same time easing the overcrowding at the other three or four middle schools in the area. So I just want to be very clear, it's not just those two middle schools that are called out that may be impacted, but others as well.
Thank you, Director Bailey. Director Brim-Edwards, does this scope and charge work for you?
I had a couple questions. I appreciate staff in advance asking them. I had some governance questions. Are we doing the same model that last time, which is this is a body that's recommending to staff and then staff recommending to the board, or is there a change?
So I'm sorry, could you repeat your question?
Yeah. Are we using the same model we did last time, which is this is a group that's going to make recommendations to staff, and then staff would make recommendations to the board versus they're guiding the board? Okay, great.
So the Guiding Coalition would bring a proposal forward, and then I would review it with the superintendent, and then I would bring it to the board for your approval.
Great. So I just had some top of mind thoughts just from the last process. I think keeping, well, as close as board members want to be engaged, but just making sure there's like lots of communication flow. I know, especially since, well, at least for me, this is sort of in my neighborhood, that just interested in having a high degree of information flow about what's happening, so we don't get to the very end of the process and then there be like, oh, we didn't know X was happening. I would encourage us to not just give the group just one tool, like here's a hammer, versus there may be a variety of things that you could come back and recommend. And I specifically, when I'm thinking about creative science school, thinking about the questions that I have of, if we're moving away from K-8s, here's another K-8, why would we be keeping that as a separate entity, as a remaining K-8? Or, are there other models like the Sunnyside environmental school model that I would hope is not just like the only way to solve this is a boundary change. The other thing is, and this isn't in the charge, but maybe it's in the sort of guardrails, the discussion with the community, if there is the potential of an outcome that schools would be consolidated, which to most school communities, they read that as there is one school that's closed that gets consolidated into another, is that we think about how we have that conversation, because that's a very traumatic event for a school community. And if that's contemplated as part of this, I think we should build in like how that works. So it's not just the weakest school community or the smallest. And I think generally I like the approach. I think as a Southeast resident, the most obvious question I see, and I know I asked the question, is like, why isn't Selwood listed? Because all the other middle schools are listed. And the answer was, well, it's only the elementary school that's closest. But to me, it still impacts the middle school, and it just seems strange not to have, if we're talking about Lane, to have an adjacent middle school not be named as like, we're all part of this process, all of the Southeast schools. So I think I have that as an outstanding question about not explicitly naming Selwood. And then my final thing, and just I'm a broken record about this, is just the unique nature of Southeast Portland, and that people can live across the street from a school, and it's probably the only place in the city where you can't just go to the neighborhood, go to the school that happens to be across the street from you. And I hope that we're building strong communities, and they don't always have to be neighborhood schools, but it would be nice to have some.
And I hear your question about Selwood there, Director Brim-Edwards, and we had discussed that quite a bit in our briefing on Wednesday about, Selwood being sort of further away. And so, yes, while there may be a middle school change in the feeder pattern at Selwood, it's a little different. Claire, would you like to address that, or are you wanting to respond to these questions at a later date? How would you like to proceed?
So in terms of why not Selwood, when we talk to some of our instructional leaders, and especially in our phase one, when a school was there were several schools that were in the process, and they were gaining students and not losing students, and they didn't seem to need we had a hard time having regular participation from the schools when there wasn't like a big change happening to the school. And the current middle school students would continue through the school they're in. So it's really the feeder pattern elementary school that is where we want to make sure the parents are aware of their middle school might change, because they're the ones that would be impacted and not necessarily the families and the students that are in the school that are currently in the middle school. So it is certainly, we certainly could look at the list of schools. That certainly is not now, it's not in the charge, the list of schools, but we've just provided the list that we're working with at this point. But this will, of course, we'll modify it based on what charge comes from, what outcome comes from this conversation with the board.
Intellectually, I understand that argument. It's just the one sort of Southeast school that's never had sort of the moving programs around, and it has the sort of highest SES, I think. So just other people will be like, hey, how come Selwood's not part? If this is like, we're all in it together in Southeast, how come Selwood's not in it? I think is a question that will need to be answered, because it's like they haven't had any of the programs coming in and out of the school. So I just put that on the table. I understand that intellectually the rationale of why it's not in there. I think we'll get a lot of questions about
well, we can add Selwood. That's not, we were trying to keep it smaller because the larger it gets, we were trying to, take some of the board's advice from the last work session of simplifying the process, but we certainly can add Selwood in.
I'm opposed to adding Selwood because I think what Director Brim-Edwards is asking is for an explanation why Selwood is not included, rather than adding Selwood to the scope of the work. So I think if we just need to be clear on this has to do with geography and spacing and placement, and not try to solve a problem by increasing the scope. I think she's asking for clarity around, we need to be able to clearly communicate to the public why this is different. It has an adjacent boundary with Lane, and Lane's under enrolled. So the obvious thing people would say is like, why don't we just move some of the Selwood kids into Lane? I mean, that is a question people will ask. And so
and that is one of the options we're looking at in the schools that are currently in Selwood that are closest to Lane are included as in the process.
It's just not named as like this.
Right. So it's not named. Elementary schools that are changing. It would be elementary boundaries that would change feeder patterns to other elementary schools would impact Selwood Middle School. So I think maybe to name Selwood as part of it, because it will have changes, but it's different than looking at like a Harrison Park that's under enrolled and the kinds of changes that will be happening. So maybe for clarity, to have Selwood added in would be beneficial.
Okay, we can do that.
Let's, Director DePass, do you have a question or comment about how the scope and charge is working for you?
Yeah, thank you. I'm happy with the scope generally. I also like the conversation we just had about Selwood. I think that I come from a big family, and it's always this idea of when we're talking about equity, that might be balancing impacts. So I think it's a good question to put on the table. I also feel like any school that may be impacted, whether that's a net loss or net gain, would be really important to engage those families. And my question always is around, I have two questions. One's about the Guiding Coalition. Is it going to be the same makeup that it was before? Are we doing anything to be very attentional? I know as we were last time in terms of hearing from the families of color in Southeast. And then just kind of a general question, how are we going to know when we're successful? I think the language we were talking about was like supporting BIPOC. I know we talk about it a lot. I never have a really clear understanding of what that means in terms of outcomes. So I would just love to get some clarity. It can be offline or here in the moment about what does it mean? What are we talking about when we're talking about equity? A clarification of the outcomes that we would expect.
So one of the things about lower enrollment is you have fewer fewer resources in the building. And so right now we have 2 that are identified, and by the demographics of those schools, we can see that they're highly representative of, our BIPOC students are in these schools that are under enrolled. And so then there aren't as many opportunities when you have fewer staff members to support the students. So by increasing enrollment in the schools, then you also, the staffing allocations follow. And by balancing that out regionally, then you have more equitable programs for our BIPOC students in these schools.
What is the, so I understand Harrison Park's demographics, but what is the other school? Is it Bridger?
It's Lane.
It's Lane. School. Okay, and it's under enrolled, as is Harrison Park.
Yes. Okay, and I don't know in terms of the engagement, if Shanice, if you'd like to add more about how we engage the families, especially our BIPOC or our families of color.
Absolutely. I think that's a continued thing that is of value in the process, especially explicitly looking at the characteristics of how whiteness can be centered. And so a big key part of how we want to measure the value or the quality of what this work will look like is doing a set of things, but really creating space that counter these dominant inequities or narratives with counter narratives that really honor the experiences of students and the intelligence of our families throughout the very conversations that take place in our in their decision making, right, around a consensus. And I think that the multiple engagement methods are going to be vital, especially as we think about the various political, social contexts that our families, especially our BIPOC families, are navigating. That having these dedicated spaces that have advisory and insight through school-focused meetings or partner-focused meetings in specific spaces that help lift up these narratives, in addition to leaning on our Southeast Guiding Coalition members to continue doing that hard work of thinking about how racial equity and social justice values in our process really can help, I think, counteract that either or thinking in that right to comfort or thinking there's only one right way to the multiple, I think, scenarios that we'll approach. So I think it's really complex, and that thinking about our racial equity design process is really going to be formative in creating that structure to grapple with what will be difficult. And I think we want to reframe the fear of open conflicts and really lean into how we have group discussions that center on the priorities that are important to people in our community, but explicitly holds the structure to lift up voices from our Black, Native, and families and students of color. And so I think there could be more, especially insight and perspective that the members of the board can and provide us in this process, and would be happy to continue dialogue and think that your participation in ways that that help be informed of how the Good Guiding Coalition is grappling with different areas of the work, I think will be really, beneficial and in more ways than one. So yes, I think hopefully that addresses it, and we can also address more offline.
Yeah, thank you. I saw that text was going to be used, and I really love that. I love that. Thank you. what the app WhatsApp. I used that when I worked for the Housing Bureau on a couple of projects that were east of 82nd, and it was really effective in terms of reaching people that have family on other continents. It's like a free app, and you can text between continents for no charge, and it's a great way to get information out to the community, even here in Portland, specifically the immigrant and refugee communities.
That's cool, Michelle. Director Constant, how's the scope and charge for you?
Good. I'm grateful that people still want to continue with this, with our guiding coalition. And I really appreciated Dr. O. Hi, nice to see you. Miss you. Miss going to schools. Dr. O, really appreciated your talking about just how we are integrating instructional leadership and our building leadership in this process, I think more deeply than we did the last time. And I think that made things a little bumpier for us in the first round because we didn't have that kind of input, particularly around DLI. We punted a little bit to our community to make some decisions where they should have had some more information about just the pedagogical and the academic approach around our DLI programs. Director Bailey, you mentioned the focus option programs there. I actually don't see that spelled out in the charge as clearly. And obviously creative science is right in the middle of the mix. And we're going to have to make decisions there, not just about location and configuration and grade bands, but also about, their status as a focus option program, and do they move to another location intact, or do we make a change? I don't see that clearly spelled out, that there's going to be a focus from our instructional team on really addressing what's best for that school community from an academic standpoint and a community standpoint first, before we tackle the nuts and bolts issues of how do we fit them in the reconfiguration of our Southeast schools. So I just wanted to highlight that wasn't clearly spelled out. Another on the instructional side, that another issue that we didn't raise very explicitly was just about the continuity of some of our programs and focus programs to high school. And I know we're doing our level best to keep our high schools out of this process. But I hope that I know we're still going to have to pay some attention to the continuity and matriculation of different programs there. And also just, I know it's deferred, but we've got some work to do on our high school enrollment balancing. So to the extent that we impact that with decisions here, we need to be mindful about that. If we're not going to get to actually doing that work until a couple years down the road, let's try not to make it any worse in the meantime, because we already know we've got some issues there. Lastly, one other thing that I didn't see mentioned, I saw mentioned a little bit, but I really would like to see a more robust student engagement. And speaking of engagement, Shanice, that slide you had was so cool. And I want to talk to you later about where did that come from? Did you create it? With the empathy, interviewing, everything. I mean, there was so much to that as an actual approach. And I was thinking to myself, I have to say this, I thought, this right here does not look to me like an artifact of a racist organization. And I may be saying that in the negative, but I'm feeling a little sensitive tonight because our explicitly and radically I'll just leave it at explicitly and radically anti-racist superintendent was kind of personally attacked tonight. And I think as a board, we didn't respond to that. And I'm not saying anything about the personal experience of the testimony that we heard, the anecdotal evidence, but it was a personal attack on our anti-racist leadership of this district. And I know that must be hard for our other staff members of color who are on this call tonight, and I'm getting off track. But that to me was an important moment. And I'm going to offer you, Superintendent, my personal apology that you did not, in the moment, hear from your board an appreciation for your values and how they infuse the direction and the work that we're doing. And we still have a long way to go. We still have a long way to go in terms of equitable hiring. But I personally missed the opportunity to reinforce to you that we appreciate that leadership. And then I'm not making very much sense because it's 10:23 and we haven't even gotten to our budget yet. But then to tie that back, Shanice, to that slide that you had, which was really quite remarkable. And I know it's not just remarkable in the way it lays things out, but that it is actually how you approach this work and how we approach talking to our families about making these kind of decisions. And that's pretty radical in terms of how we do business. We've really come a long way, and we still stumble and we still have a long way to go, but that's our work. That's the work that we're doing and that we're trying to do. And I want you to know that I see that. And I think a lot of us see that and want to be on board with this anti-racist learning organization. And it's all hard work. It's all hard work. But Superintendent, thank you for the staff. Thank you for the leadership that you show. Thank you for guiding the way. And
I'm going to jump into, I appreciate you, Director Constam, bringing that up. And I also want to just appreciate you, Superintendent, in the moment. This has been an incredible year, just unprecedented. You've heard that word so many times. And at the same time, Shanice, I heard you bring out some of these elements of that document that we've all as a board gone through in our single racial equity training that we've been to together. And we give a lot of airspace to self-improvement and self-assessment and evaluation and how we govern. But what we don't do is we don't talk about race as a board, and we don't talk about, we don't have the hard conversations about race or social and cultural identities, what norms that we follow and which ones we don't. We have a norm, it was broken tonight, and that's like, listen to learn, not to rebut, listen to learn. And we have adults in the room that, we need to hold ourselves accountable for doing that. That's in Portrait of a Graduate. We want our graduates to be able to do that. So we don't really have a way to assess ourselves and how we're doing. And I would say that it might be incorrect for a white person to say, oh, we're not anti-racist, when we look at outcomes that are predictable by race still. And it's not just, I'm not just calling out this institution, it's in every institution in the US. And so we're not exceptional that way. We're very much in line with other public entities and other private entities. We have to know that and name it before we address it. If we say that we're not anti-racist, then we might as well all go home and let Black and Native kids fail. I don't think any of us want that here. So I feel like we do need to, we can also both appreciate the hard work of the superintendent and the staff and be critical of, and supportive of working together to, in service of creating a district that's anti-racist way in the future, hopefully sooner rather than later. So I want to hold that space that it's okay to see both. It's okay to have a both and situation. It's not, we don't have to have either or thinking here. I also just want to apologize, Superintendent. I didn't say anything in the moment. And I wish I would have also, because I know that silence equals violence. And I've been in the position you have where things are being thrown around and no one says anything. So I apologize. I think that nobody, there's no place for throwing insults. And I'm just going to, again, ask us to do better as a board when we do our self-assessment, we absolutely need to talk about race, and we actually probably need to do regular racial trainings on race. I mean, on race, on how we interact, how we recognize it, how we address it. Because we don't do that right now. It's too uncomfortable.
I agree, Michelle. I agree.
I think that, Michelle, you nailed it totally. This tension of being a board member is this supporting and championing when we see success and when we see moving the needle, and then also holding the district accountable. And so that's our corporate work, is both saying yay and also, okay, wait a minute. And it can be a difficult dance to do, especially in the moment when so much is happening in a meeting. But I do want to echo what Director Comstan said, and great appreciation for your work, Shanice, on this. And congratulations on all that you're doing. And I also am thankful that you're in the cat club. I saw your cat was there behind you a little bit. I do think that this conversation about Selwood is really important, because I do think one of the things we struggled with in the last round of this Southeast Guiding Coalition was that schools were surprised that they were impacted. So I think if we need to be really clear about, if we're moving elementaries, what middle schools are affected, and that we just need to be, I think, very transparent with the school communities about the kinds of things we're talking about for them and why. And so to make sure, if we're leaving someone off a list, that we're clear with that community what that means, or if they're on a list, what that potentially means. Because I think, as we saw with Creston, there was some surprise with that community about being delayed, and then the kind of rocky road there to get them to the finish line. So the more we can be transparent with our communities up front, the better. But I do like the scope, and I do like the charge, and I think this focus on these middle schools, especially on right-sizing the middle schools, is exactly what the Southeast Guiding Coalition needs to be taking on. Director Moore, how is this scope and charge for you?
I think it's good. I think I want to especially echo Director Bailey's comments at the very beginning, that I think others have also mentioned. I think it will be important and very helpful for the Southeast Guiding Coalition to get concrete guidance from staff about kind of the parameters and things like location of DLI, target enrollments per building, that the Southeast Coalition should be kind of using as targets. So a lot of the, I think this charge has been improved by adding the component of real significant guidance from staff about certain elements that are going to kind of frame the puzzle that is the Southeast Guiding Coalition's work. I guess the one thing I would say is I want to speak to my board colleagues. I think the board needs to be very clear with both staff and the Southeast Guiding Coalition about what we understand to be the charge we are giving them. I've said this endlessly before, but I'm going to, so I will try to keep this short, but I want to reiterate that the kind of work that is going to be happening in this phase 2 process is going to be immensely complicated. Far more complicated than the work that was done in phase 1. And it is highly likely, probably inevitable, that some of the decisions that are going to have to be made, the recommendations that are going to be made, will involve changes that will not be universally applauded by everyone in the Southeast. Change is going to be necessary here. It is in the nature of this beast. Therefore, board members, and you'll be dealing with this after I am off the board. So my friendly advice, I guess, is to before we as a board vote on this charge, I would ask that you each think about what you understand this charge to mean. And when the time comes to consider the recommendation that is going to be coming from staff or from the Southeast Guiding Coalition, sort of via staff, remember that the work that was done in order to produce that recommendation involved an enormous amount of very detailed, very complex, very kind of, what's the word? There's a term for this, but it's sort of, it's a Gordian knot, like everything is connected to everything. And whatever recommendation comes out of the Southeast Guiding Coalition is going to be a very delicate balance. And the board needs to understand that any kind of change that is made at the board level in the absence of some really intense work by board members to understand the implications of any changes is not going to be in service to our children. This is going to be really hard work. Frankly, I'm sorry I'm missing it, because this is exactly the kind of hard work I love to tackle.
Maybe you could apply to be on the Southeast Guiding Coalition.
I don't live down there, so it would be out of place, but I will be paying attention, just in case you were wondering. But I'm just
Actually out here, not a down there.
That's a down there.
I think that it would benefit to have a Southeast Guiding Coalition historian.
There we go. Well, I know we all want to keep Rita around because we love her so much, but I am going to ask us to move on to Director Scott, unless you had something else to add, Director Moore.
No, just be thoughtful, careful, and respectful of the work. That's all.
Director Scott, how is this charge and scope for you?
Fine. Yeah, no, I don't think I have any objections. I have one quick question, and it's a pretty basic one. So the statement that sort of most of the other K-5 enrollment issues are not going to be addressed, I think is a capacity issue. Is that right? Are those things getting addressed? Is that like a phase 3? What's the plan there?
It would need to come later. I think some of it will happen just with some of the things that we need to do at the middle school level. It trickles into the elementary, but not all under-enrolled elementary will be resolved. We were working, with the conversation from our last work session and hearing from many of the board about to simplify the process. And that was, we looked at 4 different phases, and we're recommending, not phases, 4 different levels of work. And we're recommending level 1 was do nothing, level 2 was Harrison Park, level 3 was going to Lane, and level 4 would have been adding the elementaries. So we stopped at Harrison Park and Lane because we recognize if you balance Harrison Park and then you only have Lane, it's the only middle school that's out of balance and everything else is in balance, then how are we going to get it in balance? So it needed to happen now.
Okay, that is what I assumed, but thanks. Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Student Representative Shu?
I have no particular problems with the scope and charge. I have got a number of questions about student engagement in particular in phase 2. I wonder if now is the ideal time to ask them.
I think maybe Shanice, would you like to have Nathaniel direct those questions directly to you via email maybe, so you can do some kind of responding to him, or would you rather have us entertain those now?
I think, I know I'm speaking for Shanice, but I think the lateness of the hour, student representatives, Shu, we certainly have had a couple of conversations about this, as well as the student representatives in the coalition, and really listening to your discussion with us. It's clear the engagement for students needs to be different than being necessarily, we were not successful in, it was hard work for students to be in that long process in engaging the whole period through. But we're really focusing on other ways to, that is more meaningful for our students in terms of giving us their input in engaging them in the process. So I know that Shanice has listed it in the presentation and gone through it a little bit, but I think that we can follow up with you outside of this, after tonight's process. Okay. If you want to
yes.
questions, Shanice, that would be great.
Okay, but I would
if I may.
Let's hear from Shanice, and then we'll move on from this topic. Shanice?
I'll just share really briefly. I know as a result of some rethinking of how to really have more student input that is present throughout the beginning and end of the process. I think that's really informed some new methods that we really want to think about that acknowledge the context in which students are sitting in. And so in addition to these focus groups and typical spaces, we definitely want to use virtual means to engage with students and have these student focused forums that hope happen and multiple times during the phase 2 process, in addition to having student membership on the coalition. And I think we're grappling with what does it look like for students to have multiple means to weigh into the process, if in addition, right, to the membership on the coalition, that's this very extended time commitment that we are not finding is accessible. And so would be looking forward to kind of hearing your questions and seeing what solutions or things that we can add to some of these strategies as well for the phase 2 process.
Thank you, Shanice.
Thank
All right,
you.
you two connect then. Dr. Bailey, I see you've been trying to add something in. Is it an essential comment on this discussion?
I believe so. It's responding to Director Constam, I think, indicated that there was around focus option programs whether staff would provide guidance or not. And I believe the charge says pretty specifically that PPS staff will provide guidance on preferred locations and configurations of DLI programs, special education services, focus option programs. So I just wanted that to be clarified and make sure I'm correct on that.
Deputy Hertz, do you have a response to that?
I think that was straight from the charge, so that's accurate what Scott just read. The question is whether guidance on focus options actually entails sort of a thorough academic review of those programs where they fit in our constellation, and what the justification is, given that we
I think it's
largely
staff has very consistently said that kind of evaluation is longer term and outside of this process, that it's much more involved than what will happen. Is that correct, Superintendent Guerrero? That's what I've heard you say any number of times.
That is a big question that you're asking, Director Bailey, around an evaluation of programming and school impact. But Deputy Hertz, you look like you were about to respond, so I don't want to jump in. If we want to include that in the scope of this charge, that's a bigger endeavor.
I don't think when we look at the time frame that we're trying to do for the fall of 22, I don't believe doing a program evaluation of a program during a pandemic is necessary, when we're in hybrid learning, is necessarily the appropriate time to do that evaluation. Anyway, so I don't mean to interrupt you, Superintendent Guerrero. I just recognize that while there's a good question that was raised tonight about K-5 versus 6-8, there is, in terms of evaluating the program, there is a whole process in a board policy that we'd need to follow that certainly isn't within the timeline of what we're trying to accomplish in the Southeast region.
Does that clarify the question for you, Director Bailey and Dr. Constam?
Yeah, what to me it means we're not going to get a full-scale evaluation of the program. However, I think it's pretty clear there may be some major changes coming in what that program looks like in the future, because that's where we are.
Sorry, I didn't, but I'm going to just go back full circle because I raised it at the very beginning. I think there should be some flexibility, and that's different from a full program evaluation. But I frankly don't see how, having gone through the Access, Pioneer, the whole search for a building for a whole school, that there's a place to pick up that school and put it somewhere else. And I think we should ask for not a full program evaluation, but what are some of the options?
I guess that's the guidance that I'm expecting staff to provide, and that guidance can be fairly general. Guidance can be pretty specific. But the coalition members from the phase 1 are pretty clear. That's not our decision. You all need to tell us what your decision is on how this rolls forward.
All right.
I want to say one more quick thing, which is that in the phase 1 decision, I think we called it the Constam Amendment, which applied our current policy to how some students were moved around. I think that raised a number of equity issues, and I think this board should be very aware of those issues going forward and decide well ahead of time. Again, I won't be around for this, but should decide ahead of time whether it wants to suspend some of its current policies through the remainder of enrollment balancing for the Southeast, North, and Northeast going forward.
Are you talking specifically about kids who are out of district for a school having the right to matriculate to the next?
Yeah, that was the amendment that you had raised and I supported and just called it by your name because that was easy in the midst of the jumble that night.
And I'm not pointing a finger.
No, but I just want to be sure that it's clear what you're talking about because.
Yeah, and it wasn't out of district, it was out of catchment area.
Well, right, out of their school neighborhood zone.
Yeah, students not return. It was we wanted students to return to their neighborhood school as the board policy states. But I think Director Bailey is calling us to look at that with an equity lens. And
we had not been enforcing our policy.
Right. Sorry. Yeah.
Right. Yeah. So instead of it coming up at the last minute, I think we need to anticipate that going. I would hope that you anticipate that going forward and have more of a discussion of it.
So we are about 2 hours. We're more than 2 hours behind schedule, and we have some guests that from the Citizens Budget Review Committee that need to give us their report. We are going to have a hard stop to this meeting at midnight. So that means we have an hour and 13 minutes left to do the work of hearing CBRC and have a conversation about the budget. So I just want us all to be mindful of our questions and the length of time for which we speak to make sure everybody can get through. But we will have a hard stop at midnight just to honor all of us. I think many of us have that are on the board have jobs. Rita's retired, but everybody else has things to do in the morning, and then we need to be kind and humane to our staff as well. So we will have a hard stop at midnight. So my question to you now is, do you want to take a break now, or do you want us to continue on?
Nathaniel has something he'd like to say. I'd like to say something as well.
Yeah, I'd just like to say first that I feel that we need to have a full board discussion at some point about the student engagement aspect of phase 2. I know we were going to at that meeting that we initially decided on the role and scope of the of phase 2, but it got cut with time. I think it's a crucial conversation to have, and we need to schedule it at some point soon.
Okay, well, we'll be voting on this charge. This will come back to us, so we have more work to do here, so that you can report it out to us, Nathaniel, after you talk to Shanice what that looks like as we have that vote. Andrew?
So I know we have guests, and obviously we're going to respect that and hear them. I do just want to register, like, I'm really troubled by the idea that our budget conversation is happening at 11 o'clock at night. I think that not only dishonors our staff, but it dishonors the public as well. And I don't know what the solution is at that point in terms of keeping us on schedule, but it is very disturbing to me that this is where we are.
So we can make the decision.
I want to say that I agree. It's the same reason I was upset about the way we did our board elections at the end of the meeting at 12:30 at night. Even the most dedicated person would have a hard time staying up that had to report to work at 8 o'clock tomorrow.
We as a board have to make some choices. So, we have agenda and we have items, and I try to move us through them in a timely fashion, but also respecting the amount of time that board members need to make speeches and ask questions. So, we try to finesse that. Our options right now are we can adjourn the meeting now and ask CBRC to come back and do our budget conversation. Board members would have to be willing to schedule an additional meeting, and we'd have to be willing to ask staff to come back, whether that's tomorrow night or another time this week. We could do that, or we can proceed until midnight. But it's up to sort of the will of the board at this point when we would like to engage in this business. I think some of this is our own self-discipline about how we show up with questions and how we engage our time. Because if we just constantly, I'm just encouraging us all to be good self-managers of our time when we're at board meetings, because we have a lot that's before us, a lot of work to do. And maybe one of the possibilities is that we need to go back to having a board meeting every week if we constantly need more time with things. So that's kind of the question to board members to consider. So what do you guys want to do now? Do you want to adjourn now and come back to this later? Do we want to hear from CBRC now because they've been waiting for 2.5 hours? What's the will of the board?
Haley, is the CBRC just making a presentation to us, or are they expecting some kind of a conversation?
They're making their presentation to us.
I'm going to keep pointing us back to that document about white supremacy in organizations, and it's kind of like a value. We need to decide what our values are. We value just rushing stuff through, or do we value having a deeper understanding and taking a little bit longer to process? It's like we have to kind of define who we are in this moment.
Then we need to go back to having 2 meetings, or a meeting every week, so that we have that time to process. Because we have so much work, we have a lot of work to get through. So the question is, how do we best get through that? Is it to have long meetings every other week, or is it to have multiple meetings a week, or a meeting every week, or is it to have multiple meetings? I mean, we as a board do get to decide how we want to structure our time. But right now we're in a decision point. So I think what I'm going to ask is that we have CBRC do their presentation. And then after that, I'll ask the board if you want to continue with the budget discussion, or if we want to table that for another meeting. So let's go ahead and have Judah and Sarah present to us, and then we'll go from there. If they're still here.
I think that's a good way to proceed.
Yeah, I agree.
That gives us some time to process what we want to do after we hear from them. All right. Sorry to Judah and Sarah for keeping you both up so late tonight. I know that you were scheduled to present at 8:30, but thanks for hanging out with the glamorous board life.
Okay. We've done this before. We had our expectations set.
I was going to say a little levity. The good news is my young children who often interrupt these types of meetings have been asleep for a few hours, so we won't have that joy.
Well, I'm going to do the formal introduction of you all. We're hearing right now from our board's Community Budget Review Committee, more commonly known as the CBRC, with their annual report on the superintendent's proposed budget. And presenting tonight, we have the fabulous CBRC co-chairs, Sarah Kerr and Judah McCulley. Welcome. We'll turn it over to you guys.
Thank you. Shall we just get right into the letter, Sarah? Okay. I presume everyone has the letter in the board materials, yes? Excellent. Then I'm going to just start into it. For the purposes of folks watching live and on the recording, I'll start with brief background and purpose of the CBRC. The Community Budget Review Committee, the CBRC, reviews, evaluates, and makes recommendations to the Portland Public School Board of Education regarding the superintendent's proposed budget and any other budgetary issues the CBRC or the board identify. The CBRC also monitors and advises the board on the allocation and expenditure of local option levy funds, which will be completed as a separate document, which should also be in the board materials. So to kick off for this year's review, a little context, the fiscal year 21-22 budget review process has been, as we all recognize, challenging for both PPS finance staff and the CBRC. Physical distancing requirements related to COVID-19 continue to disrupt the usual budget review process and meeting schedule, while continual funding stream changes made for a moving target for staff analysis and planning. There's significant limitations around our ability to provide a comprehensive report and recommendations to the board. The continued uncertainty around how schools will reopen this fall, despite Superintendent Guerrero's commitment to a full 5-day per week in-person return, make it very difficult to evaluate whether the proposed budget will ultimately be responsive to the new reality we face. Regardless, we feel all parties have worked more diligently and closely together than any year prior, and we're optimistic about future collaboration as we welcome Chief Financial Officer Norberto Degadillo to the district.
Great. So I'm going to move us next into the focus of our review, which are the 4 board goals. We did have a good amount of discussion as a committee about how to orient the report, and ultimately decided that the 4 goals still served as a good anchor for a review. And so that's how we proceeded in terms of the primary focus of the 4 goals articulated by the board as the result of a comprehensive visioning process completed in 2019, which all folks here have been a close part of. Those goals being 3rd grade reading, 5th grade mathematics, 8th grade snapshot of graduate performance, and post-secondary readiness, ready for college and career. Of the 4 goals, we believe, after much analysis, that the 5th grade math goal is most at risk at this point in time for not being met, although we have, questions and concerns about all 4 goals. The MAP testing done this winter shows that math growth is lagging, especially for our 5th, 7th, and 8th graders.
The bulk of this report will be composed of 2 parts. First, observations on the budget, and then a set of recommendations voted on and agreed to by the committee. First off, some observations. We believe the budget demonstrates substantial support for the 4 board goals. This budget, however, rests upon several assumptions, including a return to full-time in-person attendance and a student population projection at the same levels of 2019-2020. If these assumptions hold, then the flat staffing model from the 2019-2020 should provide adequate levels of service that we previously saw increases towards the specified board goals. But if those assumptions are incorrect, or the limited MAP testing in the past year did not catch the full extent of declines in academic progress, then we may see further regression. We further note that we continue to lack direct measures of the goals set for 8th grade snapshot of graduate performance and post-secondary readiness. Secondly, we believe the superintendent and board are deeply committed to racial equity and social justice, and that the racial equity and social justice lens has improved the district's focus on historically underserved students. This year's edition of a critical analysis from staff of budget changes with a specific lens of the ResJ process makes substantial progress in helping the community understand the intended impact of budget changes. We have also seen a concerted effort to reflect the diversity of our community in the makeup of central office staff, and we believe that these efforts are critical to implementing the ResJ lens district-wide. 3, we also believe that the board and superintendent have overall crafted a budget that squarely focused on investing in historically underserved students and specifically Black and Native students. In addition to the continued allocation of equity funds and Student Success Act funds, the proposal to target federal relief funds to summer acceleration programs focused on the highest needs population is welcome.
Okay, continuing with our observations. The fourth is the equity allocation of 8% of the staffing model at targeted schools has held steady since FY 16-17. We as a committee continue to support this investment and approach and note that the visibility and appreciate the visibility in the budget book, volume 2, which is a valuable tool to demonstrate transparency to the community. However, only providing school level staff allocation lacks the transparency into intended uses and accountable outcomes that we wish to see. And we're happy to talk more about this. We explored this quite a bit as a committee, but I'll leave it at that for now. Moving to number 5, we acknowledge that the district faces significant challenges created by the pandemic and its lingering effects on enrollment facilities, academic and social emotional needs of students, and urge the district to take a do now, build toward approach, which we believe can help the district emerge stronger and healthier than it was prior to the pandemic. In the do now category, we want to underscore the need for one-time federal funds to be immediately used for equity-focused activities such as high-dosage tutoring, small group instruction, extended core instructional time in specific grades and subjects, and mentoring and other social emotional supports. In the build toward category, we urge the district to invest in more learning time via extended days or years, intersessions, and ongoing high-intensity tutoring, smaller class sizes in priority grades and subjects, where needs are greatest, which might be offset by larger class sizes elsewhere, integrated learning systems across live and asynchronous platforms, and specialized and advanced high school classes offered online to maximize access and free teachers for more individualized instruction. In sum, and that was a lot, we urge the board and district to use all resources at its disposal, not just to fill holes, but to plant seeds for long-term change. Number 6, we continue to believe cuts now reaching 3 million, at least based on our understanding, to central services may be unwise and unsustainable, as they may result in essential services and support to schools being carried out poorly, or in some cases, not at all. While we understand and appreciate the emphasis on ensuring ample funding is set aside for schools directly, we believe that the district is underinvesting rather, in centralized positions designed to ensure schools and students are supported. And a side note here, want to acknowledge we had a good discussion about to understand that some positions are being repurposed to address immediate needs like summer acceleration, which we as a committee really support, but do wonder about the staff who are being repurposed for new positions, what their prior responsibilities, what that results in, what's not happening or what's being deprioritized or delayed as a result. Lastly, we appreciate that PPS maintained the winter administration of the MAP assessment and strongly encourage the district to resume full administration in the fall. We're cautiously optimistic about some of the results, particularly in reading. However, we want to fully acknowledge the limitations of the administration, namely lower participation rates, especially among BIPOC students, resulting in overrepresentation of white students. We want to further emphasize that MAP testing measures reading and mathematics and acknowledge the importance of a suite of assessment measures or instruments that help paint a more complete picture of students' social, emotional, and academic well-being as we move forward. Turn it back to you for recommendations, Judah.
Yes, thank you. So in our recommendation selection, we have a handful come up with from the committee, and they are as follows. Number one, we recommend additional investment in K through third literacy. While all students have been affected by limitations of distance learning, younger students in particular have a more difficult time self-directing. Reductions in learning progress were not as severe as feared. However, we are still far from meeting the board adopted goal of having 60% of third graders reading proficiently by the end of the 2021-2022 school year. Targeted investments and one-time federal money may increase progress towards this goal. This investment must also be paired with a plan to reduce the achievement disparities within historically underserved groups. Second, we recommend that PPS continue to advocate for protecting and increasing the K-12 budget for Oregon school districts. Class sizes, even net of Student Success Act investments, remain unacceptably high, and in particular, additional state funding could be used to make strategic reductions to class size in certain grades and subjects that demonstrate the greatest need. The Oregon Department of Education Quality Education Model recommended funding level has still not been achieved. While the Student Success Act was a big step in the right direction, the overall investment in Oregon students is still not adequate. The state legislature's proposal to reduce state funding for education on account of the federal money received by schools is an unacceptable disinvestment in our schools. And three, we recognize that the current budget makes assumptions about the state of school attendance in the fall and beyond, including full-time in-person attendance of all students with opt-outs moving to an online virtual academy, disassociated from their neighborhood school. Given the volatility of the situation we've witnessed over the past year, we recommend that the district take a proactive approach and develop contingency plans with public participation that center vulnerable populations, such as special education students, to address eventualities. This work should happen now rather than toward the middle or end of the summer, which will impact family and students' ability to plan for the return to school.
Fourth, we recommend increased investment in recruiting, supporting, and retaining teachers of color, even as the district faces budget constraints. This echoes a recommendation made last year. We cannot afford to lose ground on the early progress we've made. To be clear, our Black and Native students will stand to lose the most if we back off our commitments. Making a deliberate investment in supporting teachers of color who are essential to supporting students and ensuring equity will go a long way toward improving school climate and creating better schools for the future for all students. We recognize that there has been some budget allocation movement towards this, but we still lack measures of the work being done in this area, despite multiple requests of the budget staff to help us understand progress to date. And whether it is likely, therefore, we don't fully understand whether it's likely to achieve the outcomes we desire and whether the investment we're making is adequate. We also have concerns about staff burnout and demoralization that may affect the district's ability to address bringing students back up to level and supporting students as we move out of the pandemic. Fifth, we note that the state formula for alternative and community-based organizations in CBO schools servicing some of the district's most historically underserved students provides funding at 80% of the funding levels provided to students at other schools. We recommend that the board urge the legislature to raise the formula to 100% while also increasing the funding by at least 10% over state funding in this budget regardless. Sixth, the budget process continues to be opaque to people who are not well versed in governmental budgeting. We recommend continued work on developing summaries and focused explanations of budgetary decisions, the intended effects, and the accountable outcomes for general audiences. And I think we've made this recommendation several years and there has been progress. We still see room for opportunity and growth in this area. 7, we recommend targeted federal funds toward partnerships with CBOs, community-based organizations, to provide a more culturally responsive approach to engaging students, closing achievement gaps, we should say also opportunity gaps, and making up for learning loss. Partnerships with CBOs can also provide culturally responsive approaches to preparing high schoolers to be successful post-high school and transition out of high school into whatever path they choose. These investments would represent movement on several of the board's articulated goals. Number 8, we recommend that school improvement plans be made publicly available for each school. Equity allocations are provided to almost all schools, with plans being made to utilize those allocations to achieve desired improvements. However, those plans and the accountability for tracking outcomes are not consistently shared externally, which undermines our stated commitments to being transparent and making data-driven decisions. We must commit to measuring our progress in quantitative, for example, map testing, and qualitative, for example, school climate surveys, both ways, and enter into honest, direct conversations with school communities about how we will continue to improve. For several years now, including in the current proposed budget, PPS invests $140,000 in a contract with Panorama to administer school climate surveys, the results of which, at least for the past 4 years, the current co-chairs have served on CBRC, have not been made available until well after the budget is adopted. We must collect a richer array of information and ensure it is available and used to inform planning and budgeting in a just-in-time way, not after the budget is adopted. Finally, custodial grounds and maintenance staff has historically been acknowledged as an area that was inadequately funded. The current budget has made targeted investments to improve that. However, we lack data and standards to understand whether the investments are adequate to support our district in the near term and to protect the substantial work being done to rebuild our aging schools. Therefore, we recommend that the district identify industry standards for staffing and investment needs and establish a plan to achieve a sustainable level of required work.
Thank you. And in closing, the CBRC is deeply appreciative of Superintendent Guerrero's leadership, and in particular, his commitment to ensuring the needs of our district's most historically underserved students are prioritized during this challenging time. The fact is, we have substantial work to do to meet our goals, including work to undo decades of inequitable investments and systems that have served to protect white privilege at the expense of Black and Native students and families. We call on the board to adopt a budget that reflects these commitments and keep us on an urgent focused path toward a more equitable and excellent system of schools. Even in the face of uncertainty or delays to our planned timeline, our students cannot afford anything less. Thank you. And we're available for questions as needed.
All right, thank you so much, Sarah and Judah. I've been trying to get my step count, so I've been standing here listening, walking in place as you were talking, so that's why my camera was off. Trying to, after, let's see, we've been meeting since 5 p.m., so 6 hours in, trying to move a little bit. All right, questions for Judah and Sarah as representatives of CBRC. Anybody have anything for them tonight?
That was a great presentation. I really appreciate it. Super. I like how you laid it out and give us a good overview and give us some things to think about between now and our approval and adoption.
It was almost as good as back in the day when Rita and I were on the CBRC.
It's the problem with following legends. You know what I'm not doing? I'm not following you onto the school board anytime soon. Leave that up to other people.
You didn't read the fine print on when you signed?
There's a well-worn path.
So I do have a question.
And then Michelle will go after you, Director Bailey.
Oh, okay. So you noted cuts in central office staff. When I ran the numbers that are in the proposed budget book for general fund and the special grants fund and the operating budget, basically, it looked to me like, at least as I define central office staff, and we can go over the gory details, that was pretty constant percentage of the proposed budget with this past year. So offline, maybe I just want to bring that up, and we can explore that further because we may have different definitions.
That was actually a number from Claire at the last meeting, and perhaps we had a misunderstanding there, but she may be able to clarify.
And that may be general fund versus a broader definition.
I also wanted to appreciate Sarah and Judah. Your report made me want to start attending those meetings. It was really great to get the distillation of this in that quick 10-minute presentation. I particularly liked much of the time when we get presented to, we get all the great things. Like it's always just like roses and beautiful and it's positive. And I think it helps us as board members to hear the challenges and the barriers, the difficulties, and what we did about them. And I think you laid that out really well. So thank you so much for your service to the community and for your help to me tonight, understanding this. I have a quick question as well. Is your report available online? I haven't checked. Is that available for the public to view? Your recommendation?
It should be with the materials, with the meeting materials. Also, I should note, I'm not going to read it out loud unless people really want to. There is a review of the local option levy and how the money was spent last year. So that I want to direct people there, because there are some updates, because it encompasses now the renewed levy. So it's a different measure and some slightly different assumptions built into it.
Yeah. If I may just jump in quickly, Director DePass, and say that as I rounded out the reading of that report, I did, and hadn't read it out loud previous, I did reflect too that we focused a lot on constructive feedback. And I hope the final remarks that Judah shared, adequately expressed a lot of the appreciation and a lot of the bright spots we saw in the budget. I think as a committee represented, as representatives of, community, largely parents of school-age kids now, I think we really grounded our review of the budget in our lived experiences, as well as the numbers we were seeing, and felt like we wanted to design and orient the report to align with that. And also in response to a set of questions that I believe were compiled, by Director Moore, but came from board members. And so hopefully that came through as well. There were 3 specific questions that were big questions. So we addressed them from a variety of different perspectives. But I think that may also be why the report feels very grounded and sort of constructive noticings and observations, and less the bright spots. And there are many.
Yes, thank you. It felt very balanced to me. Thanks.
I really want to honor Judah and Sarah for leading the process. They've done a phenomenal job this year. Really love Shanice's partnership in helping us recruit members to the committee. So we're seeing a higher number of diverse members of our community in the process, and their voice is very validating and supportive of especially our racial equity and social justice work. And so it was really a nice tenor throughout the process. And so really, Judah and Sarah, job well done. It's a big group with lots of ideas and opinions, and your report reflects a well-run process and really captured the thinking of the whole team, of the whole committee. So thank you for your work.
Agreed. I have a quick question with regard to the equity funds. So Sarah, I think you spoke to that. So there's a comment about how the school profiles show what the allocations are by school, but that you would have liked to have seen. I think what you're getting at is what you would have liked to have seen is more of a connection to district-wide strategies. Or tell me what that caveat is really meant to convey.
Sure. So we had a lot of conversation about this, and it's not the first year we've had this conversation. I think we understand the way that the equity allocation is being delivered to schools and can follow the dollars that way based on need, but don't have a good understanding at the school level of how those dollars are being invested in ways that materially matter to students. And
the opposite of what I said. Yeah.
As a community, we'd love to be able to see more transparently what schools are choosing to spend their allocation on, and be able to connect that to impact on student outcomes.
As as a concrete example of that, when Superintendent Guerrero first joined, which was a very tumultuous budget year, you have yet to have a normal year. One of these days, Superintendent Guerrero, you're going to get a normal budget year, I swear. And it will be a good one. But that's when we started bringing in the equity allocation. And there was materials shared where each of the principals for the equity allocation said, this is what we want to do with it, like hiring like reading tutors and such, and bringing on FTE to do and immersive things in order to improve, say, third grade rating, scores. And then being then able, we understood at the time that, like, okay, this point there was a big thing of saying, okay, nobody's going to get punished. We're all trying these experiments to see how we're going to get better together. And then we want to track the outcomes over the years. Like, did your program work the way you hoped it would? And if some other school had a program that worked better, maybe we should pair you up and share, and that was the intention behind those. That my understanding in inquiring about those since then has been that internally that sort of work has continued, but that information has not continued to be shared. And so that's the kind of really good equity-based work that, we say we want to have data-driven decisions, and we want to focus on equity, and we want to have transparency as a value. Like, that was great. And so to see that sort of go away after such a promising start was disappointing to me.
Judith, that was a great explanation, and that's a really good point. And I think we do know that there are more guidelines for building leaders on how those equity funds can be used, but we haven't closed the loop. We haven't done either of the things that we haven't seen, maybe they've been done, but we haven't seen either of the things you mentioned, which is both transparency around those strategies, and then the comparisons and the sharing of best practices. That's a really, really good call out, you guys. I think my only other comment that I had to make, really, really appreciate your report. Thank you for picking up on the communication that we've had from our community-based alternative programs, and kind of recognizing what I consider to be an inequity in our current funding model there. I thank you for heeding their communication that went directly to you. And also appreciate the piece on the custodial standards. This was something that has come up in our own discussions. And I think we do have an elevated standard. Claire, would you like to unveil that elevated standard?
Actually, in the response we got from ops is they're actually expanding what they're doing. So I really would like Dan Young to come back and Frank Levitt to share that with you. And because they are actually going the next step of evaluating the solutions for the issue. So more to come.
Right, well, we'll still hang tight on that, but we're just beyond thrilled to emerge from moderately dingy.
I just wanted to make sure that on each of those sort of similar recommendations, it's not trying to imply that we're funding these things inadequately. It's just genuinely like, we don't know. Like that, we're not sure what the standards are. How many, like what should it be? Do we have good guidelines for our planning? And so really it's not trying to cast any aspersions, certainly, but it's really more trying to focus in on that data-driven decisions and transparency point.
And speaking of transparency, I am on the website and I don't see a link to the CBRC annual review, the 5-page document. It's absolutely in the board book, but I don't see it posted for the public, which was, maybe I wasn't clear when I asked. Is it available anywhere for the public to view?
I think it's in the board materials tab.
Yeah.
Correct, Roseanne?
Well,
it is publicly available on the board materials.
I'm not finding it. I'm on the PPS, the board page. There are links to the meeting themselves with the agendas in 2 places, but I don't see the the documentation.
What I'm hearing you say, Michelle, is that that I agree with you that it's important that the CBRC letter be public. And so can we ask Ms. Powell to follow up and make sure that that document is accessible to the public?
Or share a link. I've gotten a couple of requests now.
It's typically also posted on the CBSC page on the PPS website. And if it's not there now, I assume it will be shortly.
Okay, thank you. That I didn't know, I didn't realize.
So I'll add my voice, my voice of praise to the work. I think it's very clear, and I love the concrete recommendations. I've been a part of lots of citizen reviews of budgets, and often you don't get that level of clarity. So thank you for that. And specifically, I really appreciate that you called out the need, to both hire and retain teachers of color. I would add staff to that as well, teachers and staff of color. And I wanted, that issue's come up tonight already. I want to actually tie that back to administrative funding, which you also note, and I think you probably did tie this, in your review. But the way we do that is by funding administrators who do that work, right, and help with the outreach and the recruitment and the retention and the engagement, and so just it's a reminder that all of these things is an ecosystem, and so often, particularly in school funding, it happens everywhere, but particularly in schools, this central administration gets a bad rap. Even in the Oregonian article last week, sort of it ends with this weird paragraph about but this many millions of dollars goes towards central administration, and not recognizing that is so important to the overall ecosystem of a school. And to the extent we underfund that for political reasons, we actually are underfunding the success of our students. And so I just really appreciate you calling that out very directly. So thanks.
All right, again, thank you to our CBRC team, and especially to Judah and Sarah, both for the lateness of the hour and for the thoroughness of that report. We have much to consider, and we'll see folks back from CBRC next year when we have a super normal budget year, right, Judah? That's what you promised us?
That's I think I'm the problem, so I'll just take myself out. I'm the bad luck charm.
I've long thought that, Judah. Judah and I went to high school together, for those of you that don't know, so we've known each other a long time. All right, we're going to
say, if we're going to have a normal budget year, perhaps we could encourage the superintendent to take a vacation day.
Yes, I actually just approved a couple of vacation days for the superintendent, which is very exciting. So I think we've got a strategy for what to do next in this meeting. I'm going to turn it over to Deputy Hertz, if that's cool with Superintendent Guerrero, to just ask a couple questions of the board and get some board response so that we can continue to move forward in our budgeting process. Does that sound like I captured it correctly, Claire?
Yes, we had a riveting presentation prepared by Chief Financial Officer Norberto Delgadillo. And because it is almost, it's 1:30 in the morning for him, we've decided that would be a bad time for him to present. And truly, you have received all the materials. We were trying to highlight some things from our last meeting that came as questions. You've received all the information and we've shared it. And, so there's nothing new that we were going to present, but we would like to open it up for maybe a half an hour discussion with the board to just close out, any lingering questions, any additional things that we need before we come back for an approval at our next board meeting.
All right, so we're gonna just popcorn, and we have half an hour. So if you have any lingering questions about the budget that you need answered in this public forum, I'm gonna go ahead and ask you to do those now. Cool.
I'm just going to start by saying, I'm too tired. I'll send them tomorrow. Sorry.
Me too, Julia. My brain is
me three,
but I do still feel like there's some substantive stuff we need to address, and I'm going to just go back to my structural issue that I raised last time, which we did get something back that gave us a little more definition around tying the strategies to the ESSER allocations, but it's not a narrative and it's not very much detail. So we can follow up this week on that. I think it's a really, really important piece of our budget to be able to have that upfront and to clearly communicate with our communities what we're doing. I still haven't seen that, even though it got a little bit of the underlying information there. And then just also we'll want to follow up on the alternative, our community-based alternative schools. I did get a spreadsheet from Mr. Delgadillo that in the tiniest of fonts that I believe showed quite a difference in the proposed 21-22 allocation there, which leads me to believe that someone is considering making a change, but I'd like to revisit that. So, but yeah, we're going to have to do this later.
But I think that was a perfect thing, Director Constam. There's something that you really need that you wanted to raise up. So are there other folks that have similar things they want to put out there that they need for the budget process? Our meeting on the 25th will be when we vote on the budget. So what we're basically saying is next meeting, we will vote on the budget on June 15th. That is the adoption vote. The budget amendment vote is the 25th. And Claire, what does the budget amendment?
We approved the budget for 21-22 at the next board meeting. And we also are approving an amendment to the 2021 budget year. And then we have a hearing with the TSCC, and then we have the vote for the adoption.
Sorry, I am looking at the board tracker and getting.
We're all good. We're all good.
So basically, this is our last regularly scheduled meeting to ask questions about the budget. I think that the question is, are we going to need another board discussion, or are the questions that we can ask now or email in sufficient?
Just my perspective is we should have some time at the next meeting to have a discussion about any remaining issues. I mean, I could come up with my list of questions tonight, but I don't think anybody wants to go through that. So
my question is, Julia, the next meeting is when we're voting on the budget. So is that sufficient time for you? I know you like to have a lot of lead time between.
Well, I guess one thing I would say is hopefully we'll have more than 20 minutes on the.
We had an hour on the agenda for this item, but again, that was.
Yeah, it's okay. I don't want to belabor everybody. I'm sure I'll be fine. I'll ask my questions. I'm just not going to do it now.
I think the tension for me is always that we want to be thoughtful and take sufficient time with items, and we have a lot of items to get through, and we don't want to be in meetings till midnight. So how do we find that sweet spot of getting us what we need, but also moving through our agenda in a way that gets the work of the school district done? So that's the tension I'm feeling as we talk about, frustration about this being so late, and yet trying to allow time for everyone to get their questions out and sit with items and absorb it. It's this constant, it's a difficult thing to navigate. So what I'm trying to ask is, what do we need? Just the same question, Claire, is what do we as a board need to successfully be able to vote on the budget at the next meeting? Because that is the timeline we have with our TSCC hearing.
And to be really clear, sorry, just to add, to be really clear, the budget has to be approved on the 25th. Yeah. So unlike other items that we can put off, there is no putting that off. So I appreciate your question, Director Lowry or Chair Lowry. I think it's good to make sure that everyone is comfortable coming to that, meeting prepared to vote.
All right. So I'm not hearing anyone ask for another meeting. So we're going to ask questions tonight. We're going to ask questions in emails. We're going to have some discussion at the next meeting, and then we are going to vote. And we are going to limit that discussion to, it's not going to be a 3-hour discussion on the budget. It's going to be 30 minutes to an hour. So what do we need tonight between now and the 25th to make sure we're ready for that budget vote? That's the question.
One thing I would ask is if we can please share all the questions and answers among all of us, because we have many areas of overlap in our interests and concerns.
We have been
sharing questions that didn't occur to us that are good questions.
Yeah, I really appreciated the table that was sent in the board packet last week. just to see the questions and the responses and the links right there was really helpful.
And we want to, we publish them also for the community. So we share them with all of you and we publish them for the community.
Can I make maybe one suggestion for this, the question document? So we've gotten this tonight. Maybe if you could signify somehow new questions that come in after tonight, just to make it a little bit easier to sort out what you've already answered and what would be new info for those of us reading it.
Maybe the older responses could be somewhat grayed out a bit, not to make it illegible, but I don't know how easy that would be if you're adding into the table.
So we'll make sure it's clear for all of you. Thank you for the suggestion.
All right, anything else before we adjourn tonight?
I do want to clarify for the approval of the budget, it's so as the questions come out, if we're needing to modify the budget, we'll need a couple of days to do that. So it'll be important that the questions come in quickly and that we respond to them quickly as we're rolling up the budget, because if we try to make changes in the meeting with and trying to calculate that in the meeting, that's not something I would recommend. I would recommend that we post what we're going to be voting on based on making sure we get the questions answered. And if there's an error found or something that needs to be corrected, then we'll make sure that we get that correction in and explain that in our documentation and also explain it in the public meeting.
Claire, can I also, and this is a suggestion both for you, but also for Chair Lowry, that if there are amendments that board members feel like they need to bring forward, they think about bringing those forward as part of the adopted budget. So that's actually a process that we use at Metro, and I know Multnomah County does as well. Most of the amendments get consolidated down into the adopted budget. There are some limitations if they're really large amendments, but given where we are in terms of this process and the need to move forward with the approved budget, sometimes it's more useful just to have, and that gives more time, frankly, for other board members in the public to think about those amendments as well, and we can make those as part of the adopted process.
Sorry, Claire, did you say that we're approving the budget and then we're doing an amendment to this year's budget? Is that what you said?
That is correct.
And what is, have we had any information? Have I missed it, or do we already have
haven't received any information yet, but it will come in your next packet. There's things that we've gotten funding during the year that we didn't know before the beginning of the year. There have been needs and changes that have had to happen because of the pandemic, so we need to true up. There's also the PERS bonds, the GO bonds and the debt service for bonds we sold in December. So we just need, I don't have a list in front of me at 11:30 at night, but there are things that are cleanup from this year. And so we'll make sure that you have plenty of time to review that.
I guess that I would ask, since that's a whole new thing, that we don't just get it in our Thursday packet, because we'll have a whole bunch of other things in that Thursday packet if it's at all possible.
Then maybe we need to move it to another meeting, because the team is working very hard to do both those items, and to get that out earlier is probably not a possibility.
Does it need to be done earlier? Does it need to be done at the next meeting? Because that may be like the mercy rule for everybody, is like, if it doesn't have to be done, it's just not adding a whole other thing on top of it.
We could move it to the first meeting in June.
I say call the mercy rule and do it in the first meeting in June. It just seems like on top of.
I'm sorry, do what at the first meeting in June?
The budget amendment. So I think
I guess, can I just, I think the only thing that's I guess the question there, is this a standard technical spring supplemental budget, which is very normal government, in terms of carryovers and so forth, or is there something more substantive going on? And yes, I would defer to staff on that. If you want to defer it into June, that's fine. But I also think as board, we need to accept that this is a normal part of budgeting. I think we do this every year. Mm-hmm. Usually these are very technical amendments in the spring that just have to be done prior to the close of the fiscal year. So I would hope we don't get too caught up in that when there are much more important issues going on.
We will take this up at agenda setting tomorrow and have a further conversation about this, which is a reminder that we do have agenda setting tomorrow. So please get your agenda items in before 11. Anything else before we adjourn tonight?
Yeah, my battery's going to die. I move for adjournment.
Do I have a second?
Yes, indeed.
All right. Anything else we need before adjournment? All right. Then we are adjourned.
Vote on adjournment now?
We are on adjournment now. We are adjourned. Our next meeting will be May 25th at 6 p.m. Thank you to all the staff for weathering this lengthy meeting, and thank you to my board colleagues for hanging in there as we did this very, very important work tonight. Good night, everyone.
Good night.
Good night.